What if Deku joined Team JPDE Compilation? Chapters 33 to 37. The Guardian of Peak. Monday. Day 99. You think they are going to show up again in Peak? David asked. Definitely. Whatever they want with us, it certainly didn't end with that little act they put on yesterday, Deku said. There wasn't a single one of them who was actually taking their fight seriously. Except maybe Evelyn's cousin Jack said. Considering Evelyn's mood, he would have probably died if he hadn't, David said. Oh, I know it. Eve can get vicious when she wants to, Jack said. Speaking of vicious, your inspiration really got me out of a pickle there. Slowing his muscles down threw his semblance off, David said. Precious information. He needs his body to make precise sounds to command specific movements, Deku said. Speaking of bodies. You think they are buying it? Jack asked. Well, David said. Overnight. You cannot be serious, Weiss said. Nah, just over the weekend. Isn't she gorgeous? Evelyn asked. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Penny asked. Granted, but it's just so weird. She even grew in height, Weiss said. What do you suggest, then? She got a new body somewhere and jumped ship? Evelyn asked. Oh, don't be silly now, Weiss said. Penny, why did you leave us alone? Ruby asked. Excuse me, Penny asked. Us. Us who? Weiss asked. Flat girls need to stick together, Ruby said. Who are you calling? Flat, Weiss asked. Well, you're the only one not wearing a bra yet, So Young said. I will see you in court for slander, Blondie Weiss shouted. Yeah, I don't think they are gonna question it too much, all things considered, Deku said. Yeah. Team RWBY aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the, Jack said. Wow, there. I would say they are more naive than dumb, Deku said. Yeah. You're right. That wasn't very nice of me to say, Jack said. I think it's more like we're getting used to mistrusting everything and expecting danger around every corner, David said. I'm becoming jaded, aren't I? Jack asked. Aren't we all? David asked. Don't worry, Weiss. I'm sure you will grow into it, Penny said. I'm already feeling it, thank you very much, Weiss shouted. With cotton, maybe, Blake said. Weiss then spoke of unmentionable opinions on Blake's heritage. Whoa, rude, Evelyn said. Not Penny, Jack said. Defiantly not Penny, Deku said. Evelyn seemed a little distracted ever since they came back from Peak. Even with Penny lifting their mood soon after they got back, it seems Evelyn is still hung up on Andrea. Heard that the last time you were this silent and moody you were meditating about whether to stab Jack with a fork, Deku said. How did you know? And what did I tell you about sneaking up on me? Evelyn said. 1. David told me. 2. You never told me anything about sneaking up on you, Deku said. I do now. It had better be retroactive, Evelyn said. Yeah, I'm not changing the subject, Bubmeister. What's wrong? Deku asked. Evelyn sighed. I'm meditating murder, yes. Just not of Jack, this time, Evelyn said. Let me guess. Andrea, Deku said. Yeah, Evelyn said. Deku couldn't even imagine how she felt. Being betrayed by a family member. Not like that, Evelyn said. How? Deku said. Even before making a deal with a Grim, Andrea was a little shit stain, remember? I don't have any qualms about turning him to bunny sashimi, Evelyn said. Sashimi is a way of cutting fish, not meat, Deku said. Is it, now? Guess I'm going to have to try more than once until I get it just right. Anyway, it's not like with Jack and Bella. I don't have any tragic, should I or should I not moments, no I can't and yet I must trope. Nothing as interesting. It's just me wanting to kill the little shit. It's pure and simple revenge, Evelyn said. There's nothing simple about wanting to kill your little sociopathic cousin who entered a willing symbiotic relationship with a centuries-old body-hopping Grim, Deku said. Sure there is. They want themselves to live and I don't, Evelyn said. How can you laugh whilst saying that, Deku asked. Just like that, Evelyn said. Evelyn. Are you really saying that you would kill Andrea in cold blood, Deku asked. Yes. The Grim needs to be stopped once and for all, so no one else will lose their family, Evelyn said. I'm not talking about the Grim. I'm talking about Andrea, Deku said. Like I said. He's a piece of shit and deserves to die, Evelyn said. So you'll kill the final member of your family, Deku asked. He is not part of my family, Evelyn shouted. So what? What happens next? You'll just be its new host, Deku shouted. It'll die along with Andrea, Evelyn shouted. You can't confirm that, Deku shouted. Yes. I can, Evelyn shouted. And you'll also be setting Andrea free, Deku shouted. Death does not make you free. It makes you dead, Evelyn shouted. Death allows Andrea the escape the consequences of his actions. He should be brought to justice, Deku shouted. Well, some people are too dangerous and need to be killed for the sake of the world. That's what Ozpin had us doing. Don't you want innocent people to be happy? Evelyn asked. I do. But not like that. It's not right, Deku said. Deku then walked off. Evelyn then cried and ran to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to both of them, Penny had seen the entire exchange. Penny then took out her scroll. David. Jack. We have a problem, Penny said. Deku was currently in the gym, punching a punching bag. Hey, Izuku. We need to talk, Jack said. Meanwhile, Evelyn was in her bed, under the duvet, crying. Hey, Evelyn. We need to talk, David said. What about Deku and Evelyn asked. About your argument in the gardens, Jack and David said. How did you know about that? Evelyn asked. Penny saw what happened, Jack said. And then she called me and Jack to go talk to the two of you, David said. David to Penny, and me to you, Jack said. Why that combination? I mean, why didn't she come talk to one of us? Deku asked. She said it's because we're two opposites to you two, David said. Huh? What does that mean? Evelyn asked. Because I've never thought about killing anyone, David said. And I've had to kill people. Penny said it was to make you both see each other's side, Jack said. I can already see Evelyn's side, Deku said. It's just that we got too caught up in the moment and went off on each other, Evelyn said. So, what are you going to do? Jack and David asked. Apologize, Deku and Evelyn said. She's in our room, Jack said. Deku the headed for Team Jade's room. Evelyn, Deku said, entering the room. I'm sorry, Evelyn cried, bursting out from the duvet and hugging Deku. No. I'm sorry. I should have never put my foot into things I don't understand, Deku said. No, I should have been more considerate of your feeling on the subject. Deku and Evelyn then kissed. Hey. Let's forget about all of this, Evelyn said, giving Deku a look. Is that all you think about? Deku asked. No. It's only mostly what I think about, Evelyn said. Deku then kissed Evelyn and picked her up and moved towards her bed. They didn't even bother to get out of their uniforms. Jack, Penny and David could hear them from outside. I'm glad this was resolved quickly, David said. So am I. But now we're trapped out of our room. I just want to read my book, Jack said. I suggest we go to Team RWBY. I'm sure they'll keep us entertained while Deku and Evelyn have intercourse, Penny said. Fine. Let's go, Jack said. Tuesday. Day 100. The reports from Atlas, sir. I couldn't do a thorough reading yet, but it seems like the xenobiology team hit a wall in their research, Seal said. Thank you very much. I will get to them once I finish here, Enrico said. A strange sound then went off. Well, speaking of which, Enrico said. Major, what? I mean. Doctor, what kind of sound is that? Seal asked. Oh, just to liven up the ambience. Only hearing synthesized tones gets so tiring, Enrico said. I guess it's true that the process makes us take some characteristics of the aura donor. That's a penny answer. I wonder. How am I similar to Dr. Helheim, then Seal thought. TSK. Go figure. As I thought, Enrico said. Sir, Seal asked. Well, rejoice, Seal. You're being part to a very rare occurrence. Enrico Polendina, recognizing his limits, Enrico said. I don't understand. You mean you're stuck? Seal asked. Not so much stuck as understanding that the matter at hand is out of my area of expertise. You see, I was analyzing samples of tissue from my daughter's teammates, to check for any changes brought upon by one of their semblances. And research into one of their abilities, shall we say. But, despite the alterations present in the bodies of trained aura users, there's nothing else of note. Their bodies are perfectly normal, Enrico said. Which means that any possible changes can only be recognized by an expert on the manipulation of aura, Seal said. Precisely. Sadly, there are none readily available to me right now, nor do I know of any in Vale, Enrico said. I may have a solution for that, Dr. Seal said. Really? You have been made an acquaintance of such an individual? Enrico asked. No, sir, but according to my records, I know someone who is. Now may I ask about this special ability you speak of? Seal asked. Not as of now. It is highly sensitive information, though I suspect you will learn the truth sooner or later, Enrico said. Deku was walking to his dorm room. He then saw that Titania was standing in front of the door. Oh, hey, stud. Glad someone's around. Been hammering the door for a couple minutes, now. Thought you were hiding from me or something, Titania said. I wonder why they would ever do that, Deku said. Titania said, remembering her time out before. A while ago Jack and Titania were in the mess hall. More, please, Titania said. You cannot possibly be still hungry, Jack shouted. Not really, but most of this food is new to me. I want to try more, Titania said. The cafeteria has a fixed menu. You can't just have them prepare whatever you want, Jack said. Or, darn it. Isn't there somewhere else I can go with more offering, Titania asked. Yes, there is, Jack groaned. Later on, Titania was in Vale's market with Evelyn. Oh my gods, this is delicious, Titania said. What did you say these are called? Titania asked. This, my dear, it's a Kippo. It's street food from Vakio, the stall owner said. I can't believe veggies can be this tasty. You got to try these, Titania said. No thank you. I'm busy, Evelyn said. Not busy enough for this, believe me. And? Busy with what exactly? Titania asked. I'm lying in wait, Evelyn said. In wait for what? Titania asked. An opening on your chromatic hussy ass, Evelyn said. Are you still hung up on me in your stud's laps? Titania asked. Yes. And do not call them that if you want to keep a tongue, Evelyn yelled. Something like that, Titania said. Anyway, what do you want? Deku asked. I'd like to go into town, what else? I heard about this place that does huge parfaits. So huge you need 2 people to even order them, Titania said. So, you want me to come with you? Deku asked. Yup. So let's. I mean. If you want to and you have the time, Titania said, her tune completely changing. Okay. Yes, I have the time, but. That's very considerate of you, Deku said, a bit weirded out by her sudden change. Nonsense, it's. It's just Titania said, starting to remember when she went out with Penny. I must say, Penny, you are a delight to be around, you know, Titania said. Oh, it's nothing, Penny said. No, I'm serious. You're great, especially compared to Blondie and Iz. Jack is all like every second of my life is suffering, while Evelyn is just waiting for an opening to stab me or something, Titania said. I guess it's just how they choose to cope with your exuberance, Penny said. Nishishi. Okay, I admit it, I've been messing around with you all a bit. I almost got it all out of my system, I swear, Titania said. Oh. So this is the last flower shop you wanted to visit, Penny asked. Yeah. You look it all in stride, so no fun in lengthening the search. I found a potted plant I like at the second shop, truth tell, Titania said. Oh, was it the red orchid, Penny asked. Yeah. How did you know, Titania asked. You focused on that particular plant at least 235% more than any other specimen you've laid eyes on during our outing, Penny said. Even percentages. Okay, I lose. Again. This just won't do. I guess that means I'll have to double down on the messing with the hunks, Titania said. Titania. There's something you should know, Penny said. Huh. What is it? Wow, you look like someone kicked your dog, Titania said. It's a delicate subject. I feel you should know because I don't think you're a bad person. So, I'd rather be forthcoming with you than just issue a warning, Penny said. A warning? A warning about what, Titania asked. David was a victim of attempted sexual assault, Penny said. Oh. Oh, Titania said. I'm telling you this because, even the first time you approached him, you decided to try and use your body to get a rise out of him. A technique I'm not unfamiliar with, but I have a different, progress relationship with David, Penny said. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean, Titania said. I understand. Again, I don't think you're a bad person, and that's why I'm sharing this with you. I'm confident knowing about the issue will cause you to rein in your instincts and be more considerate. But just in case I'm wrong in my judgment of character and you hurt David in any way, let me just state that I shall endeavor myself in once again making you a reddish blob of simil flesh. Are we clear, Penny asked. Crystal, Titania said. I just thought it'd be a change of pace to be nice to at least one of you, you know. Yeah, that's it, Titania said. If you say so. So, I'll just get out of uniform and be right with you, Deku said. Sure. I'll wait, Titania said. Deku then got change and headed into Vale. Titania hasn't even said a single word since leaving Beacon without stuttering and stopping what she was doing. And as they walked through Vale, she slowed down, a sign that she wants to stop somewhere before going for that parfait. She keeps looking back. Titania, are you scared of me? Deku asked. Huh? What do you mean? Titania asked. You might as well be treading on hot coals. Why are you being so weird? Is there something bothering you? Deku asked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, Titania said. You didn't upset me. Oh my god, you are scared of me, Deku said. Nonsense, I'm not scared of you, Titania said. Then of whom? You didn't deny being scared. What's going on here? Deku asked. Titania said. Wait. Is it Evelyn? Deku asked. Ha. Is. Ha. She wishes, Titania said. Then is it Jack? Did she threaten you into being nice? Deku asked. No, she didn't. No one threatened me to do anything and no one could. I'm tough, you know, Titania said. So Penny asked you to be nice and that's what scared you? Deku asked. Kind of. I guess, Titania said. Oh, well. What did she say to you? Deku asked. She told me about David's incident with women, Titania said. Oh, Deku said. Yeah, she was worried I could be too much. And she was probably right, Titania said. I see. But why are you acting like this around me though, Deku asked. Well, I thought I should try being calmer around you, as a test before I go out with David, Titania said. I see, but you're overcorrecting, Deku said. I know. I mean, I wanted to mess with the two, but now that I know, I don't know how I should act around him, Titania said. Well, only he can tell you how to act around him. But I can push you in the right direction, Deku said. Hey, Titania said. You heard me. First of all, where is it that you wanted to stop before getting that parfait, Deku asked. Stop. Nowhere, Titania said. Titania, come on, you stopped and then slowed your walking to a crawl, you keep looking back. What is it? Is it a shop, Deku asked. Well, yeah, but it's not important, I swear, Titania said. Sure. Come on, Deku said. Hey. Where? Don't leave me here, Titania said. Now. What on earth is it? It's nothing, Titania said. Home. Is it a clothes store? You want a change of clothes? Want something that shows less skin, Deku asked. No, Titania said. You want to show more skin, Deku asked. Ah. Okay, it was this one, Titania shouted. Jewelry. Deku said. Yeah, jewelry. What about it? I may come from a dude, but I'm a girl, you know. I can be interested in this kind of stuff, Titania said. Well, that's true. I just didn't expect you to be into jewelry of all things. But if you like jewelry, I shouldn't judge, Deku said. It's fine. I don't know what I'll like myself, Titania said. Reason more to restrain yourself too much, don't you think? Now, is it just browsing? Or you're looking for something specific, Deku asked. It's nothing, really. I saw something in the window, but it's not like I can afford it, anyway, Titania said. I see. Let's go in, then, Deku said. Hey. I said I can't afford it, Titania said. Just like the food hasn't stopped you before, Deku said, entering the shop. Titania grumbled in embarrassment, following after him. Is this the one, Deku asked. No. Look, I changed my mind, Titania said. That one, Deku asked. Why are you suddenly so hellbent on this, Titania asked. Can't I buy a gift for a friend, Deku asked. Titania said. So let me buy this for you. The first item to start your own wardrobe, Deku said. That one. Still. Titania said. She now had a 2 golden leaf hairpin in her hair. Still, you will have opportunity to get clothes. Hell, you could even just ask Evelyn to make you an outfit, Deku said. Ha. She'd probably line it with poison ivy or something, Titania said. As things are now, yeah. So, I guess you'd better do your best to try and be amicable, Deku said. Titania said. I'm not asking you to act with everyone as you were acting with me earlier. Please don't. Just try and be mindful of others and their feelings, Deku said. What if I screw it up, Titania asked. Welcome to the club. Your teenage years are meant to be full of screw-ups. So just relax. We'll be able to distinguish. Try your best to make a lot of friends, Deku said. Thank you for the hairpin, Titania said. Wednesday. Day 101. No. Hell no. Hell to the 2 to the 3 to the no, Deku said. Sounds like someone is going back on his word, Titania said. No. Sounds like someone is opposing the proposition of feeding you in public, Deku said. Huff. And why is that, Titania asked. Because that's very intimate and I do not feel comfortable doing it for someone other than my girlfriends, Deku said. Pull my leg, will you? Fine. Where do I sign? Titania asked. Sign what? Deku asked. The contract or whatever to become your girlfriend, Titania said. Oh my. We've missed paperwork, Penny said. There's no paperwork. And that's not how it works, Deku shouted. Oh, man. And here I got all hot and bothered, Titania said. No you didn't. You're just messing with me, Deku said. Nish shishi. Now, why would I ever do that? Titania asked. Because you can. I swear, you couldn't gravitate to more eccentric people if you tried, Unit Seal said. Oh, good morning, Seal, Penny said. Normality is overrated, Titania said. So, what brings you here? Penny asked. Another of your eccentric acquaintances, truth be told. I take it you're familiar with Ruby Rose, Seal asked. Oh. Of course I am, Penny said. Ruby. What do you want with Ruby? Deku asked. Nothing with her, per se. Dr. Polendina has hit a wall in his research pertaining to your team, and he's in need of counseling from an expert in aura manipulation. And by going through Beacon's records and the Velizian registry, I've found that one of her relatives fits the deal. As they say, Seal said. Oh, I see. In that case, let's go find Ruby. I'm sure you'll get along swimmingly, Penny said. I'm not looking to befriend her, Unit Seal said. I know. But I don't really think you'll have a choice, with Ruby, Penny said. Huh? What does that even? Penny. I mean, Unit, wait for me, Seal said. Hey. You know, it's almost cute how hard she's trying to stick to her role, Deku said. Oh, sure. The little coffee break is cute, but you can't feed little poor me in public, can you? Titania said. Just drop it, Deku said. Make me, Titania said. Deku then swung at Titania. Ha. Too slow, Titania said. But it was just a decoy as Deku kicked Titania in the stomach. Bitch, Titania said. At the safe house. Ah. My poor head, Bella said. How do you feel? Thriller asked. No longer like it's being split open with a particularly rusty saw. So that's progress. Wish it was faster progress, Bella said. Considering the flight you took. Just think if you didn't have aura, Thriller said. If I didn't have aura I would have died. That boobsh monster and tree hair gave me no quarter. What? They were enormous, Bella said. No, just. I would have expected you to react more strongly when thinking of her. The degradation. It's much slower this time around, isn't it? Thriller asked. Looks like it. Either my soul is getting stronger against it, Bella said. Or your body is getting used to your soul. It's fantastic news, Thriller said. Do you mean your body? Bella asked. Oh, I haven't used it in a while. Might as well be yours, now, Thriller said. What is this? Elise. Anyway, that's probably why Weza suddenly up and dropped the bomb on me. He knows that if I ever no longer need the boss's help, we're out of here, Bella said. Definitely. Miss Rose's fate, Thriller said. Especially the way he worded it vaguely enough to leave us some hope. I'm sorry, Thriller. Want to be Weza's enforcer a little while longer? Bella asked. For summer. Absolutely, Thriller said. And I have something to hold over Weza now, Bella said. Really, what is it? Thriller asked. Well, I don't have anything concrete, but when I was fighting Tree Hair, his aura felt weird, Bella said. Weird? In what way? Thriller asked. It felt like her had multiple aura pools, Bella said. Multiple? Are you sure? It could just be that David's semblance affected his aura that way. Or he could just have a lot of it, Thriller said. No. It defiantly felt like there were 3 aura pools in his body, Bella said. So he must have 3 souls, Thiller said. That's what I want to find out. And use it to get at least something out of that bastard, Bella said. Then let's find out. But now, I was thinking. Do you still want to try and apologize, Thiller asked. Of course I do. I mean. At least to David, Bella said. I got some good news for you, then Thiller said. Deku had gone to the amphitheater for some late night training. Though he wasn't the only one to think of that. Huh. I guess great minds think alike, Deku said. Here to train your semblance, partner, Jack asked. Deku had a quick look around. You mean quirks, Deku said. Oh, right. Still can't believe that you're from another planet, Jack said. Neither can I. I mean, there must be other life forms out there, but I didn't expect them to be human, Deku said. Me neither, Jack said. Deku then noticed various patches of frozen ground around them. They are in various shapes. Some are geometrical, others look more like explosions. Moving on. What are you working on, exactly, Deku asked. Oh, you know. The usual, Jack said. Except I don't, Deku said. Just teasing. I'm trying to improve my... let's call it my field of cold better. Seems like controlling the intensity of its effects is still beyond me, but I'm learning to better handle its size and shape, Jack said. So far you could only spread out in a circle around you, right, Deku asked. 360 degrees, in all directions with the same distance and at the same time, Jack said. Sounds like a recipe for friendly fire, Deku said. I know, which is why the only person I've ever been partnered with before is Evelyn. Even in the heat of battle, she can see it coming. Anyway, this is the first time in years I've had to just sit down, focus and train it. The static nature of school life, huh, Jack said. And how is it going, Deku asked. Not as well as it could be. It's like trying to rein in a starving dog, Jack said. Why a starving dog, Deku asked. Because it's hungry, Izuku. Or at least it feels like it is. As long as there's kinetic energy to be had, it keeps on wanting more, Jack said. I see. Seems like your semblance is alive, like my quirk, Deku said. Sometimes it does feel alive. Sadly, Ozpin never managed to put me in contact with anyone with a similar semblance, so I've always had to learn by myself bit by bit. Does One for All feel like that? Wanting more and more power, Jack asked. No, I would say it's more like aging. With time it becomes more powerful, Deku said. Guess I'm still alone, Jack said. However, Black Whip does respond to my emotions, Deku said. Really, Jack asked. Yes. It responds and become more powerful to anger. Or at least that's what Lariat said, Deku said. Lariat, Jack asked. He was the 5th user of One for All, and his quirk was Black Whip, Deku said. Well, it's good to know I'm not entirely alone. Now though, I have recently made some headway into size and shape. Let me show you from above, Jack said. She points at the random shapes of ice on the ground. None look similar to the zone she had created during the fight with Weiss. You can make the field smaller, Deku asked. Managed to get it down to a basketball. What I really want to aim for, though, is selective absorption, Jack said. You mean choosing what you affect? Among what, Deku asked. Someone's clothes and their bodies, for example. Say I want to disarm someone instead of freezing their arm, Jack said. I see. Sounds like something it'd be hard to practice, Deku said. Yeah. I'd need something like a mannequin with layers of clothing. But anyway, I think that's a finesse I'm still far away from, Jack said. There must be someone at the school who we could ask for tips, Deku said. One of the teachers, maybe, Jack said. Maybe, Deku said. Thursday. Day 102. Team JPDE had been given a strange assignment for dust class. Grenades. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever even seen one, and now she wants us to build it, Evelyn asked. Well, the schematics seem on point. Shouldn't be that much of a problem, Jack said. But I like my ears on top of my head, Evelyn said. Oh, don't be silly, Evelyn. We just need to use non-inherently lethal dust varieties, Penny said. What about weight dust then? Isn't that dust variant safe enough to handle, provided we don't go overboard with quantities or purity, right? Deku asked. Yes. Weight dust will be perfect. Great suggestion, Ijuku, Jack said. I had an excellent teacher, Deku said. On the other side of beacon, Weiss sneezed. Great. So instead of burning off my ears, I'm going to collapse under the weight, Evelyn said. Well. You do look cute with droopy ears, though, David said. Can't deny that, can I? Evelyn said. But I've never seen you with droopy ears, Penny said. That's because they only get droopy when she's tired out, David said. I see, Penny said. Oh, David, I'm so proud of you. You're mastering the art, Evelyn said. Please don't master it too much, partner, Jack said. Oh, don't be such a prude. Now tell me, Aiju, am I cute when my ears are droopy and covered in bodily fluids? Evelyn asked. I plead the fifth, Deku said. Moo, Evelyn said. If I was a prude, I wouldn't be able to stay in the same room as you four, Jack said. Well, Penny hasn't really done anything yet, so it's really just us three, Deku said. Hey. She hasn't. But I could swear I heard, Jack said. I guess I was a bit too loud. That was. I was just. I mean, I never had those parts, and Penny said. Oh, I see, Jack said. Deku's and David's faces both went red and covered their ears. Hey, Penny, Ruby said. You two are all shades of red. Come on, it's not like you've never seen me, Evelyn said. Shut up, shut up, shut up, David repeated. Hey, guys. I wanted to. Huh. Are you two alright? Your faces are all red, Ruby said. We're fine. So. Is this about that favor, Deku asked. If you say so. Anyway, yes. My father will arrive on Friday evening, Ruby said. Coolio, Evelyn said. Definitely. What time would work for him, Jack asked. Actually. I know you guys needed him for something, and that's the whole reason why I asked him to visit, but... Would you mind if me and Young spent Saturday with him, Ruby asked. Oh. Of course not. Go right ahead, Jack said. You sure you don't mind, Ruby asked. Ruby, don't be silly. It's perfectly reasonable request, Penny said. Why would we ever say no to that, Evelyn asked. Like we could impose any further after making him come all the way to Vale, David said. We'll just do it on Sunday, then, Deku said. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Also, I was thinking. Maybe I could introduce him to you too, Ruby said. You mean? Introduce, David asked. Nothing that serious. I mean, I don't want to, like, tie the knot or anything, just. Ruby said. I think we'll have a lot more to introduce before we get to any of that stuff, Deku said. Oh yeah, you're right. I would also like to introduce you guys as my friends, not just people I asked a favor for, Ruby said. Oh. I see. I don't mind, David said. We don't mind either, Ruby, Deku said. Deku had thought of someone who would be able to help Jack with her semblance. Hey partner. Drop the book for this evening, Deku said. What for, partner, Jack asked. I got an idea about who could help you, and David, make some steps forward in controlling your semblance, Deku said. Really? And who, exactly, David asked. The same person who helped you, Deku said. The three then went to meet with Pyrrha. Absorbing kinetic energy. So Jan was right, Pyrrha said. Jan. Wait, you mean he managed to discern Jack's semblance? David asked. Just from that brief exchange I had with Weiss, Jack asked. Remember what Evelyn said. People should keep an eye on him. He's got an analytical mind, like me, Deku said. He's amazing, isn't he? Pyrrha asked. That's never happened before, Jack said. And that's why he's their leader, Deku said. Anyway, got any tips as to how we can get it under control? Master David asked. Don't call me that. Anyway, you got the right idea. You can only master a semblance by practice. And with something this powerful, controlled instances won't do, Pyrrha said. Controlled instances? Jack asked. Training in training areas without anyone around you can hurt. Doesn't adequately simulate what goes on during a battle, does it? It's only by putting yourself in a situation where your slip-ups can cause harm that you obtain true focus. Without some kind of penalty, you wouldn't be really pushed to do better. Well, I'd start with objects, of course, Pyrrha said. Of course. Any suggestions to the kind of exercise or objects? Jack asked. Jack, the effects of your semblance aren't permanent, are they? Pyrrha asked. No, I don't make things unable to gather kinetic energy, I just remove what energy they have at the moment, Jack said. Good. Then you got an auto-renewable practice material ready at hand, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha gestured to the fountain. You mean water? Jack asked. Of course. Water naturally freezes and thaws, so it will remain good for practice, Deku said. Exactly. Though I'm surprised you didn't think of it, Izuku, Pyrrha said. Well. I did forget that I can use my legs to fight. It took another to make me realize, Deku said sheepishly. I guess sometimes you need someone to point out the obvious, David said. Yeah, it's so simple. But makes so much sense. I can just put some in a flask and carry it around, Jack said. From what you told me, I'd advise against starting with such small amounts, Pyrrha said. Well, I guess I can start practicing with this fountain, then, Jack said. Right now? David asked. No time like the present. Thanks, Master, Jack said. It was my please. Jack, not you too. That's embarrassing, Pyrrha said. Well, what should I call you then? Master Jack asked. Just Pyrrha is good enough. Honestly, you too. Geez, Pyrrha said. You're just a good sensei, Sensei, Deku said. Izuku. Please don't join them. Anyway, I think you've got enough to get yourself started. If you need any more advice, hit me up, Pyrrha said. Will do. Thanks, Pyrrha, Jack said. Pyrrha then left. You had the right idea, partner. That was incredibly useful, Jack said. Yeah. Sometimes all you need is a new perspective, Deku said. Seems she's got, I guess, an instinct, when it comes to semblances, aura and the sort, David said. And she's still a student. I can only imagine what she'll become in the future, Jack said. Well, one more reason to not fight in that tournament, David said. You wish, Jack said. You're not going to escape the tournament so long as you live, Deku said. Now, let's get freezing, Jack said. David and Jack then started to practice on the water fountain. Partner. I'm pretty sure you're running out of aura. You've been here for hours, Deku said. The fountain is filled with increasingly smaller globes of frozen water, and some veins of ice run their course all the way to the stone structure of the fountain. I know, but I just need a little more, Jack said. Hey. You're like a kid with a new toy. I don't think I've ever seen this side of you before, David said. I know, right? It's just, I was pretty excited about finally having a way to safely make some progress, Jack said. That you got carried away. Well, what about we call it a day and Take a trip to Vale for a bite. And maybe we can grab a flask for the future, too, Deku said. Sounds good. Gotta give the water some time to melt, anyway, Jack said. I'm going to have to decline. I've got other plans for tonight, David said. Oh. Okay. That's fine, Deku said. We'll see you later, Jack said. Jack and Deku then headed for Vale whilst David left them. So, what do you say? We've been, I think, in every shop that sells that kind of accessory, Deku said. Probably we'll go with the one of those from the second shop, Jack said. They're the most expensive ones, Deku said. But also the most durable. Mishaps, remember, Jack said. True. But I didn't learn to control my power by getting a more durable body. But then again, the body does heal, to an extent. So, if you're going for the expensive one, allow me to buy something to drink then, Deku said. Won't find me saying no, Jack said. The two then went to get something to drink. Partner, Deku said. Jack said. When I offered you a refill, I thought you were going to drink it, Deku said. Well, I was going to, but Jack said. Your hand slipped, Deku asked. Something like that, Jack said. We're going to have to pay for the cup as well, aren't we, Deku asked. Weren't you offering, Jack asked. I offered to pay for drinks, not property damage, Deku said. Serves me right, I guess, Jack said. A while later, Jack and Deku returned to their room. Well, can't believe it got that late, Jack said. Well, we did spend most of the evening training. But we did spend quite a long time out, Deku said. I guess spending time with a friend makes time fly all the same, Jack said. Hey. Sure, all in all today I was pretty relaxed, Deku said. Same. And sorry about the cup, Jack said. Hey, it was your lion, Deku said. Don't remind me, Jack said. Welcome back, Penny said. Where did the two of you disappear to, Evelyn asked. Oh, nowhere in particular. Some shopping. After Jack froze the fountain in the gardens, Deku said. Did not. Just the water, Jack said. I guess you've been experimenting with Jack's semblance, Penny asked. Pretty much. But what about we speak more of it over dinner, Jack asked. Sounds good to me. I went ahead and made something, figured you'd come back hungry, Evelyn said. Thoughtful, carrots. Lead the way, Jack said. Evelyn and Jack then entered the kitchen. Did you and Jack have fun today, Izuku, Penny asked. Yup. We didn't do anything special, but sometimes all you need is each other's presence, and everything feels just right, doesn't it, Deku said. Friday. Day 103. Now, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Taeyong Xiaolong, Glinda said. The one and only. Thanks for interceding with his academy for us, Peach said. Oh, it was just for Friday. Hardly a big favor I had to ask, Glinda said. It still won't go unappreciated, mimic partner Peach said. Please stop calling me that, Glinda said. In public, Peach asked. Period, Glinda said. Fine. On one condition, Peach said. A condition. HMPH, this should be good, Glinda said. Need permission for an overnight stay, Peach said. At the safe house. Nice pad you got here. The height makes me wanna throw stuff out, Andrea said. Please don't. That's only going to attract unwanted attention, Thilla said. There's no such thing as unwanted attention, Andrea said. Talk about deja vu. Did the universe think we needed to be evened out, Thilla thought. But fine. Only proper to respect the house rules. I'm a guest and all. So, when do I get to kill Evelyn, Andrea asked. Not anytime soon, Thilla said. Hey. So boring, Andrea said. Remember the part about unwanted attention, Thiller said. Huff, fine, no killing Beacon students. Pest. But I want carte blanche on messing with them, Andrea said. Define messing, Thiller said. Well, for example, I noticed how strong Evelyn's reaction was when Andrea said. Don't even think about it, Bella said. Oh, Sleeping Beauty woke up. You sure you should already be up and about, Red? That was one nasty pile driver, Andrea said. I'm fine, thank you. And well enough to kick your ass if you go anywhere near David. Thiller told me about your little stunt with Izuku. You're so lucky that you didn't touch David, or you'd be nothing but a puddle, Bella said. But he's the one who got close to me. And if blonde hunk gets close to me, that's his fault. Also, you're so not fair. Why is it you can molest a guy and I can't, Andrea asked. How? How do you, Bella asked. Oh come on. The spider guy told you about when he fought Evelyn, McBlondie and Studley Bushhair, didn't he? These aren't for show. Quite the number you played on the Blondie. I could see his skin still crawling hour after the incident, when I grabbed Bushhair, Andrea asked. That's quite enough, Andrea, Thiller said. Oh, I'll decide when enough is enough, Andrea said. You know, you were right earlier. This balcony does seem made for throwing garbage out, Thiller said. I'd like to see you try. But fine, I'll stop reminding Red she probably ruined herself for marriage. We should totally have some more girl time. Now I wanna see if I can mooch an ice cream off passerbys. Tata, Andrea said. Andrea then left. How many days left until Sunday, Bella asked. 1.5, Thiller said. Way too many, Bella said. Deku had texted Rest that he was free this evening. Alright. I'm going out, Reese said. And where might you be going, Arslan asked. Out. I just said that, Reese said. She means where? Are you going somewhere in the school or into Vale, Bolin said. Oh, Res said. So Bolin said. Ah. Right. I'm going out into Vale, Reese said. Why, Arslan asked. Remember that Izuku kid, Reese asked. You mean the one who you made Arslan giant teddy bear, Bolin asked. Arslan the punched Bolin in the stomach. Ow, Bolin said. Yeah. She looked so peaceful, Reese said. Arslan the punched Reese in the stomach. Why, Reese asked. Do not ever mention that ever again, Arslan said. You didn't need to punch us, Bolin said. I think I'm gonna throw up my lunch, Reese said. Sorry. But why are you going out with him, Arslan asked. I'm taking him out to apologize for the incident. Now I'm going to leave now before I get punched again. Bye, Reese said, as she quickly left. Hope she doesn't make a fool out of herself, Arslan said. It's far too late to be hoping for that, Bolin said. Arslan then left. What are you doing, Arslan, Bolin asked. Reese and Deku had met up at the Bullhead Landing and headed into Vale. So, what do you want to do, Reese asked. Don't you have something planned for this evening, Deku asked. Well, I thought about letting you choose what we do since I don't know anything about you, Reese said. That's very thoughtful of you, Deku said. So, what do you wanna do, Reese asked. Let's go find out, Deku said. Deku and Reese then went off to find something to do. Little did they know that Arslan was watching them. She's actually behaving, Arslan said. Deku and Reese were out for a long time. So long that if they didn't head back soon, they would be breaking curfew. So, what's next, Reese asked. Going back to Beacon, Deku said. Reese said. We need to get back before curfew. Don't want to get in trouble with Miss Goodwitch, do we, Deku said. Yeah. But today was so fun. I don't want it to end, Reese said. It might be the end for today, but we can always do something like this another day, Deku said. You really want to go out with me again, Reese asked. Yes. I had a great time, Deku said. Reese lit up so much that Deku thought she was about to explode. I don't believe it, Arslan said. Arslan. What are you doing here, Reese asked. I was here to stop you from making a fool of yourself. But Arslan said. I didn't, Reese said. Yes, Arslan said. Do you really not trust me that much, Reese asked. I, Arslan said. I see how it is, Reese said. Res then left. Res, Alan called. I messed up. Haven't I, Arslan said. Big time. I suggest you let Reese calm down before trying anything, Deku said. I will, Arslan said. And you should really trust her more, Deku said. I should, Arslan said. Deku then left Arslan to think about what she'd done. Late at night, a man with blonde hair was walking through the streets of Vale. Can't see the stars as well as back home. Still, this sky makes me nostalgic. Reminds me of different times. Maybe I could take a short walk before retiring to the inn. Hey. Main Street has only gotten more glamorous. And I almost didn't recognize the old candy shop. It was Summer's favorite. And man, this leads to Junior's. I wonder how it is now. And if they have lifted the siblings ban. Still remember the scene to this day. Here I was outside and there comes the bouncer, carrying a fairly inebriated crow who whines out a miserable, the man said. Tai Crow drunkenly said. Yeah. Exactly like that. Wait, what? Tai said. Tai. Man, I've been waiting, Crow said. Crow. What are you? Am I hallucinating? Tai asked. I don't know, are you? I don't feel like someone's dream, though, Crow said. Oh my gods, you reek. What have you been doing? Tai asked. I told you, drinking, Crow said. Not that. Weren't you on a mission for Ozpin? Tai asked. Still, Crow said. How? Tai shouted. Well, Crow said. Crow then began the throw up. Crow, do not even, Tai said. Crow then threw up. Oh my gods, no. No. I refuse to believe this is happening again the exact same way, Tai said. Hey. That's where I spat the last of it last time, Crow said. You're a stickler for traditions, aren't you? Tai asked. So this is a tradition, now? Crow asked. Pulling your butt out of the fire. Always has been, Tai said. Or the liquor, Crow said. Increasingly so, over the years. So. What were you killing your brain cells, this time around? Tai asked. You know why, Crow said. By now I'm fairly convinced the numbing down the effects of your semblance is just a convenient side effect, Crow. Tai said. Ah, smart ace. Stop trying to daddy me, Crow said. Stop trying to kill yourself and I'll do just that, Tai said. Alright, I'll try, Crow said. No. You won't, Tai thought. Anyway, you know. Heard you were coming, thought I'd wait for you to come, then I happened by the old hangout and though. Hey, one for old times won't hurt. Except it turned into 20. You know how that goes, Crow said. Once upon a time. Which is why I said. Ah, and Ruby's got a boyfriend now. Made me feel old, Crow said. Huh. I guess she's at that age. But she always was more interested in weapons than boys, you know, Tai said. Why aren't you, Crow said. Crow, you weren't a teen that long ago. Huntress or not, I knew Ruby would eventually get an interest in dating. Despite her awkwardness, Tai said. Huh. Thought you'd be more protective, Crow said. Well. You'll meet them on Sunday, anyway, Crow said. Oh, so he's one of her friends who needed. Wait, why did you say them? Tai asked. Well, I may have lied when I said she had a boyfriend. She has too, Crow said. What? Is she really? Tai asked. She's not too timing. They both know, and in fact they are both on the same team, Crow said. Huh. Did not expect that. Guess she takes after her old man. I wonder what they're like, Tai asked. They're a lot like you, Crow said. Are they now? How so? Tai asked. In the sense that they have banged half their team, Crow said. What? Tai shouted. Sunday. Day 104. Deku had received a text from someone he really didn't want to see. Hey, Jack, Deku said. Yes, partner. Need help with a subject in particular? Jack asked. Not exactly. I've just received a text from Cinder, Deku said. Oh, so it's today? Jack asked. Yep. And I would like for you to watch my back. Just in case she or her teammates try something, Deku said. Of course. I don't trust her at all, and as our team leader it's my job to make sure my team is safe, Jack said. Thanks, Deku said. I'm coming too, Evelyn yelled, spring from her bed. How did you even hear that? You were asleep, Deku asked. Yes. And I'm not letting you out of my sight at all today, Evelyn said. Evelyn then rushed into the bathroom to change. Please keep her from turning Cinder into a puddle, Deku said. Yeah, no promises, Jack said. Please don't, Amber said. Ah. Amber, where are you? Deku asked. She's here, Jack asked. I'm next to Jack. And please don't go, Amber said. Why? Deku asked. Because she's dangerous, Amber said. We already know that, Amber. But there's not much I can do. It was a part of the deal. Wasn't it, Jack? Deku said. Hey. We needed help and we got it, Jack said. Fine. Anyway, I should get going soon. Don't want to be late, Deku said. Yeah. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Amber, even if I can't exactly see you, but we need to get going, Jack said. It's nice to meet you too, Jack, but I'm coming with you, Amber said. You are? But how? Deku asked. I should be able to leave Beacon as long as I stay close to you, Izuku. Though I may have to stay close to you then, David, Amber said. She says she's coming with, but she'll need to stay close, Deku said. Not too close, I hope. Don't want Cinder to see us, Jack said. I hope so too, Deku said. Soon, Evelyn was done changing and the four headed out, Jack and Evelyn making sure to stay close but out of sight, while Deku met up with Cinder and they headed to Vale. Cinder had taken Deku to a jewelry shop. She was looking through the window at a golden hairpin. Didn't you parents teach you it's rude not to stare, Midoriya? Cinder asked. No. They told me it's rude to stare, Deku said. On the contrary. If between me and trinkets it's the trinkets you give your attention to, isn't that just boorish? Cinder said. If you say so. You didn't strike me as the jewelry type, though, Deku said. Not with this outfit. I like to own the few random pieces. Usually not hairpins, but I like the motive on this one, Cinder said. Do you, now? Deku said. Deku then had a closer look at the hairpin. A dove. Holding a tree branch, Deku said. A hazel tree branch, to be precise. You can tell by the leaves, Cinder said. So you like trees? Deku asked. Just hazels. You guessed wrong again, Midoriya. You'll have to do better than that to play this game, Cinder said. I thought this was a date. Not a game, Deku said. There's nothing saying why it can't be both. And a date is just a game of information, Cinder asked. A game of information, Guess we'll be finding out a lot about each other, Deku said. Yes. Yes we will, Cinder said. Well, considering that you're turning this date into a game gives some information about you, Deku said. Nothing you didn't know already, Izuku. Unlike other matters, a conversation is never a zero-sum game, Cinder said. It's going fine, so far. She is interested in him, after all. I wonder why, Jack said. Don't know. Don't care, Evelyn said. She wants something out of him, of course. Him in particular, Amber said. You probably said something, right, Amber? Wish at least one of us could hear what you're saying, Jack said. Same. I appreciate the gesture, nonetheless, Amber said. So I guess this first round is a draw, Deku said. It appears so. Though I'll be getting 4 out of you than vice versa, Ijuku. Let's walk and talk, Cinder said. Of course. Lead the way, Deku said. Cinder and Deku then went on a walk. While I may have already known that you like attention, I certainly didn't know your taste for hazels and doves. That's very peculiar imagery, Deku said. True. But not any imagery you can decipher. The meaning is terribly personal. Now, where are you from, Cinder asked. I'm from a village in Anima, Deku said. Quite a long way from home, aren't we, Cinder asked. I guess so. But aren't you also a long way from home, Deku asked. That's true. I am representing Mistral, though I have to ask, why aren't you, Cinder asked. Ozpin is the short answer, Deku said. So you managed to grab the attention of the wizard. Interesting, Cinder said. And don't think you'll find out why, Deku said. Same goes for you finding out why my team was chosen to represent Mistral. Though there has to be something peculiar about you, that's the only way to get the wizard's attention, Cinder said. Same goes for you. We are both not normal people, Deku said. Definitely not. You won't find anything common about me, Midoriya, Cinder said. Oh. Should I worry, Deku asked. Only if you plan to get on my bad side, Cinder said. Or if I become a target of yours, Deku said. Excuse me, Cinder said. Oh. Don't overstep, partner, Jack said. No, do. Make her lash out so I can slit her throat, Evelyn said. Oh, don't be so shocked. Being dehydrated does not make your face go red, Deku said. I thought you'd just misspoke. So you saw something. Is it your semblance, Cinder asked. I didn't really see anything. It was more of a feeling, really. And considering what I felt about you, I have no interest whatsoever in being on your bad side, as it were. And I hope I don't figure anywhere in what you're up to, Deku said. And if you did, you planned on trying to get on my good side, Cinder asked. Do I look like that kind of suck-up, Deku said. No. So what is this all about? Keeping me close, Cinder said. Well, that would imply I consider you an enemy. Right now, you're just a danger on my radar, Deku said. And here you are poking at the hornet's nest. You're bold, Midoriya, Cinder said. Well. I don't see any other way to get closer to you, Deku said. Well. You could have bought me lunch, Cinder said. And why should I do that? You're the one who asked me out, Deku said. Sure. But what would others think, Cinder said. Depends on who you ask, Deku said. I'm choosing, Cinder said. Of course you are, Deku said. That bitch, Evelyn said. Well, seems like it's going well, but damn, doesn't she fit the femme fatale archetype? I can't tell if she's playing mind games or just flirting with him, Jack said. She better not be flirting, Evelyn said. I think it's both, Amber said. After a long and expensive lunch, Deku and Cinder returned to Beacon. Well. You did not go easy on my wallet, Deku said. Oh, I'd say the food and company were more than worth it, Cinder said. Of course you would say that, Deku said. So you want more of my time? Or, I'm touched you don't want to end things yet. Very well. Follow me, Cinder said. To answer your question, no. This is not ending up how you think, Jack said. What do you mean? I know it's not going to, Evelyn said. I was talking to Amber, Jack said. Oh, Evelyn said. I wasn't really thinking anything, Amber said. Cinder had taken Deku to the amphitheater. You know, this is not what I had in mind, Deku said. Just another type of date, Izuku. And we're not using weapons, Army, Cinder asked. Our first date isn't even over, and you're trying to get me to strip. I didn't know you were that frustrated, Deku said. Cinder's face flushed. I didn't mean, Cinder said. Deku then quickly punched Cinder whilst she was distracted. Cheap shot, Cinder said. This semblance of yours. Does it drain a reservoir of energy? And how big is it, and how long does it take to refill, Cinder asked. None of the above, Deku said. Interesting, Cinder said. She's good. Really good, Jack said. Yes. She was. Still is, Amber said. She's way too good for a simple student, Evelyn said. Who is she? How did she know, Amber asked. Amber then got angry, causing heat to come off her. Wow, Amber. It's getting warmer all of a sudden. Is that you, Jack asked. Deku was then distracted by the heat Amber was producing, allowing Cinder to knock him down. You got distracted, Cinder said. Ah. Yes, Deku said. So I guess this means your semblance power doesn't deplete or have a cooldown, Cinder said. Are you sure of that, Deku asked. At the level you're using it? Yes. What else do you have in store, Cinder asked. You'll only find out more when I let you, Deku said. More like when you slip up, Cinder said. Agree to disagree, Deku said. Whatever you want to think. Can you stand, Cinder asked. She outstretches her right arm towards him. Deku grinned. You'll have to try harder than that to make me lose my balance, Deku said. Deku then took Cinder's hand and she pulled him up. Well, I think I've had enough of you for one day, Deku said. How charming, but I would also have to agree. Although, maybe next time we can do this without the babysitter and angry rabbit, Cinder asked. I had a feeling you'd notice them. Though getting rid of the rabbit depends on you, Deku said. I don't know. I might like having her watch, Cinder said. Cinder then kissed Deku on the lips. Good evening, Izuku, Cinder said. Cinder then left. Evelyn then ran up to Deku and jumped on him. Izuku. Are you alright, Jack said. To whom, Deku said, his voice muffled by Evelyn's chest. I'm so sorry. I got angry, and Amber said. Deku spoke, but they couldn't hear him. Carrots, Jack said. Evelyn then pulled back, bring Deku's face out of her chest. I figured. But it's not that. Amber. It's her, Deku said. Are you sure, partner, Jack asked. When I grabbed her hand, I heard Amber scream and cry out. It sounded like you were restrained, scared, helpless. Begging her to stop. And all she could think about was stealing your power. She didn't have an ounce of remorse or sympathy. My stomach still churns remembering it, because for a few instants those were my feelings as well, Deku said. I'm sorry, Izuku, Amber said. Don't even. This wasn't your fault and it had to be done. She is now our target, Deku said. Good. Can't wait to kill the bitch, Evelyn said. And there's something else, Deku said. What is it, Jack asked. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but there's someone else behind her, with a hold on her. Someone powerful, Deku said. What if Deku joined Team JPDE? Chapter 34. Pyre Obsidian Blob. Sunday. Day 105. Oh, wow. This is quite a lot of stuff. And you know how to use each and every one of these, Mr. Polendona, David asked. A few are actually of my personal design, David. Shame you won't be able to see them in action, today, Enrico said. I'm honestly befuddled you couldn't make any further progress on your own, Papa Penny said. Same. But that's the thing when studying aura. We may try and perfect and develop more and more advanced tools to analyze it. But the perfect machine for such a task already exists, Enrico said. The human soul, Jack said. The soul/body combination, to be precise, but yes, Enrico said. Were they not enough for my stuff as well? No worries. They all know, Evelyn said. I see. No. The changes brought to your aura by the Possessor Grim weren't as subtle as whichever may have been brought upon by David's aura. First, they seem to be irreversible, at least with our current technology, Enrico said. Go figured. And second, Evelyn asked. Second. It's getting stronger, Enrico said. Stronger? Stronger how, Evelyn asked. To be precise, Enrico said. Oh wow. Think of all the weapon mods I could make with all this stuff, Ruby said, interrupting Enrico. Ruby. Friends first, maybe, Ty said. Your guests have arrived, Dr. Seal said. Typical Ruby Rose, Deku said. A good morning to all of you. I'm Tai Young Xiaolong, Tai said. Also known as my super duper papa. Hi, guys. And these are Ijuku, Jack, Evelyn and Penny, Ruby said. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Xiaolong, Jack said. Oh, just call me Tai. Being called Mr. Xiaolong from 4 different directions gets tiring after a while, Tai said. Heya, then Evelyn said. It's incredibly auspicious to make your acquaintance, Papa of Ruby, Penny said. Thanks, I guess, Tai said. See. Told you Penny is like 4 vocabularies in one, Ruby said. It's nice to meet you, Deku said. A pleasure to meet you, Sir, David said. Pleasure's all mine, David. So I hear Toe Semblance has even Enrico Polendina stunted, Tai said. Something like that. I'm honored to be able to partake in your expertise, Mr. Xiaolong, Enrico said. So, how are we doing this exactly, Evelyn asked. Well, first, there's the non-disclosure agreement, Enrico said. I'm sorry, Tai asked. The non-disclosure what, Ruby asked. Non-disclosure agreement. It's a legally binding contract that establishes a confidential relationship. Basically, it's a pinky promise you can't break with Sued, Deku said. Oh, Ruby said. Sorry to put you on the spot like this, Mr. Xiaolong. There's no actual paperwork, Jack said. But I've actually, Enrico said. Papa Penny said. Thing is, we would like the nature of David's semblance to remain a secret. Seeing as how you're Ruby's dad, your word will be enough, Jack said. Oh. I see. Well, consider my lips sealed then. On my daughter's life and my honor, Tai said. But why must it remain a secret? That I think, Ruby asked. It's a little more than that, Ruby. Sorry, it's a secret, David said. Wait a minute, you're keeping it a secret from me, Ruby asked. Sorry, sugar. We know you, and David's semblance is so cool you wouldn't be able to keep your mouth shut about it, Evelyn said. That only makes me wanna know even more, Ruby yelled. Alright. Let's just get on with it before Ruby start throwing a tantrum, Tai said. David, you'd better have prepared a basket of strawberries, Ruby said. I will need to be alone in the room with each person, to minimize interferences from other auras. I will call you inside one at a time. Let's start with Miss Polendina, alright, Tai said. The others then left the room, leaving Tai and Penny in the lab. Well, since you're not going to tell me your secret, and I don't want to stand around here waiting, I'm gonna go. See you guys, Ruby said. See ya, Ruby, David said. See you around, Deku said. Goodbye, Ruby, Jack said. Go have a nap to calm down, Sugar Evelyn said. Nope, Ruby said. Ruby then left the lab ship. So, I guess he's going to have to know, Deku said. Yes. Though he does not need to know the whole story. We'll just say that your semblance has given you the auras and semblances of the past users, Enrico said. You sure he'll believe it, Deku asked. If worded correctly, maybe, Enrico said. Well. Such confidence in that statement, Evelyn said. Well, the Shni semblance is passed down through the bloodline. So it could be believable that a semblance can be passed to a chosen user, Jack said. I hope it is, Deku said. Another thing. How do you feel about Seal finding out about your unique power, Enrico asked. Why do you ask, Deku asked. I have a suspicion that she'll find out on her own soon. So I feel it's best to inform her now before she finds out by herself, Enrico said. I guess it's for the best she finds out from the source. Have her come in when it's my turn and we'll give her the same story and see how she reacts. Then we can move forward from there, Deku said. Very well, Enrico said. One by one the others were called in to have their aura examined. David had just come out of the lab and now it was Deku's turn. Well. He seems okay with it, David said. Okay with what, Deku asked. Deku realized what David meant. Oh. Well, that's good at least, Deku said. Deku then entered the lab, followed by Enrico. Sorry for entering, Mr. Xiaolong, but there's something you need to know before doing an aura examination on Izuku, Enrico said. Oh. Is this something else like David's semblance, Tai asked. Yes. In both its peculiarness and it needs to be kept secret, Enrico said. My lips will remain sealed, Tai said. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolong, Deku said. No problem. So what is it, Tai asked. You'll find out soon. We're just waiting for a third party, Enrico said. Seal then entered the room. You called for me, Dr. Seal said. Do you remember when I told you one of Team JPDDE's members has a special power, Enrico asked. I do, Seal said. Well then sit down and don't move until I say so. Afterwards I'll try and answer any questions you may have, Enrico said. Yes, Sir, Seal said. So? I don't have a normal semblance, Deku said. Tai and Seal were then informed about Deku's power. Afterwards Enrico took Seal out of the room, allowing Tai to examine Deku's aura. Tai had been examining his auras for close to an hour. His gaze was so intensive. Deku wondered what he's seeing and feeling. Tai had him manipulate his auras in a couple completely new ways for him. He even got him to try and manipulate his auras in 2 different places, but he found it difficult to do. I understand why you'd want to keep this a secret, Izuku. You can put everything back on. I've seen enough, Tai said. Alright. Thanks, Deku said. Deku then put his clothes back on. So, does it look bad or something, Deku asked. Hard to say. I've never seen anything like this. I was a bit worried that the multiple auras would lead to problems. But you seem fine and they have seemed to assimilate. Thought, tell me how many auras you will have, Tai asked. 9, Deku said. So it wasn't inference. Even though you don't have access to them, the locked aura pools are still noticeable to an examination, Tai said. I see. And thanks again for keeping this a secret, Deku said. It's no problem at all. Now, you can run along. I can hear someone tapping their foot quite impatiently outside. Mr. Polendina will tell you everything once we're finished, Tai said. I see. Thanks for your help then, Deku said. Deku extends his hand towards Tai. It was my pleasure, Izuku. And, could I ask you to do something for me, Tai asked. Oh. Sure, what is it, Deku asked. At least wait until you've heard the request. Nothing much. You seem like a good kid, but both you and David Just treat my daughter right, okay, Tai said. We will, Mr. Xiaolong. Ruby has been nothing but great to us since day one, Deku said. I'm glad. Still, of all the first relationships she could have gotten into, Tai said. Sorry about that, Deku said. She is my little girl, after all. Also, you seem to be very close to my little son Dragon. Just make sure to treat her right as well. You wouldn't like her when she's upset, Tai said. At first Deku didn't know Tai was talking about, but then he realized. I don't want to ever upset her, Deku said. Deku then exited the lab. Finally. What took you so long, Titania asked. Titania. Hi. You've come to pick me up, Deku asked. Duh. Come on, your stuff is already on the bullhead, Titania said. My stuff? Wait, we're going to peak, Deku asked. Where else? Come on, I want to go sit already, Titania said. But it's almost lunchtime. We won't have any time to, Deku said. Peach got us authorization. We're staying the night in Peak, Titania said. Where? What? Deku asked. Titania took Deku by the hand and lead him out of the lab ship and onto the bullhead to Peak. Professor Peach, Deku said. Yes, my second receptacle of Y chromosome in this area, Peach said. What exactly have you been telling Miss Goodwitch has been going on, in your reports, Deku asked. Oh, no outright lies, Peach said. This is going to come back and bite you in the ass, Evelyn said. Probably. But enough about hypothetical ass whoopings. Miss Polendina, Titania, are you ready up there, Peach asked. The mechanism is cleaned and properly working, Penny said. Why do I have to be the lever mule, here, Titania asked. Wonderful. Then gather round and be prepared, students, for this is an auspicious moment. After more than 10 years. Someone is going to enter Peak from the main gate, Peach said. The gate of Peak then opened, and the group entered Peak. This city is kind of pretty, huh, Titania said. Yes. Too pretty. The streets. The trees. The lamplights. Everything looks as good as new, Jack said. There doesn't seem to be any negative signs of human presence, like dirt or erosion of the pavement. But all the positive signs of it are here, Peach said. Seriously. This place is kept better than Vale's main street. It's giving me the creeps, Evelyn said. Makes two of us, David said. Even if everything was overhauled. In 10 years, the fauna should be at least growing in crevasses in the roads and buildings, Deku said. Let's stick together. No one goes anywhere alone, and we do not wander inside buildings yet. That goes double for you, Professor Jack said. Oh. Teacher just wanted to see if any of the houses had a lab, Peach said. Even the shrubbery is being taken care of, David said. Yeah. But my skin's crawling. This isn't natural, Titania said. Yeah, it's unnerving. This pristine's without someone to take care, David said. Don't be a moron, there must be a caretaker of some kind. These plants are alive and growing, no, Titania said. You're right. Then what do you mean by not natural, David asked. Where are the bugs, Titania asked. Oh, my gods, you're right, David said. For all intents and purposes these things could be made out of plastic. They are just here as decoration, Titania said. This is preposterous. This obelisk clearly had a plaque. They got smoothed out, but there are still signs of the holes for the bolts, Jack said. That seems unnecessarily mean. What did these people do to this boss guy, Evelyn asked. Evelyn then activated her semblance. Evelyn, don't rewind it. We can do it if we can't find out, Jack said. I know. I just wanted to see. To the people of Peak from the royal family of Vale. For showing what human hardiness and ingenuity can overcome, every day of their lives, Evelyn said. The royal You mean the last king's relatives? Jack asked. Yup. I think I get how the project of building a place like this got funded in the first place, Evelyn said. Why? It's not like the world wouldn't notice that the inhabitants had disappeared. Why go to such lengths to erase their presence from Peak? Jack asked. This should be a residential quarter, Deku said. Yes, it seems to be made mostly of houses. Or Peach said. Why do you sound disappointed? Professor Pen asked. Well, to unveil the mysteries of this city, a normal inhabitation won't do. It's not like we're gonna find random recordings or notes left around. We need a place where people would keep records, Peach said. Oh, I see. Well, then we should probably look for a hospital or a clinic, Penny said. Indeed. Wish we had a map of Peak in the past. That could at least give us a hint as to where to start looking, Peach said. Alright. Let's make the point of the situation. The city is in pristine condition, but there doesn't seem to be anyone living in it, Jack said. Let alone people. There are no bugs either. It's like this place exists in a hazmat suit, Titania said. Also, it seems like the limit of out-liberated area so far is at the end of Main Street. Afterwards, the debilitating field is acting up again, Peach said. So I guess we should keep to this area for now. Explore before trying to venture further into the city, David said. Still, they even removed the street signs, so we're left to wander aimlessly, Evelyn said. Not necessarily. I'm positive I can get at least a rough estimate of the urban planning with enough time, Penny said. That will do, Penny. Thanks, Jack said. Now, we need to find a building we can use as a base camp, somewhere to fall back to in case of trouble. The further we get from the walls, the more important such a place will be, Deku said. And we also need to find records, Jack said. My thoughts exactly, Miss Ivory, Peach said. Medical records. Diaries. Anything left behind that may help us decipher this mystery. Especially those relating to the days before the disappearance. Unless it literally happened overnight, there must have been some signs that something was wrong. They probably missed them, but we could make use of them now, Jack said. Roger that. While we wait for Penny to make us a map, should we go through the building in order, David asked. One at a time, starting with the one's closet to the gate and fanning out, Jack said. No, a mysterious voice said. That wasn't me, Evelyn said. Evelyn, shush, Jack said. You're going to leave. Now, the mysterious voice said. This sounds, Titania said. You've grossly overstayed your welcome. You've broken one of my windows. You've mishandled my gate. And now you're dirtying my roads. Leave. Or I will remove you, the mysterious voice said. Titania then felt a sharp pain in her body. Titania. What's wrong? Penny asked. Sorry, mysterious voice. But that is not an option, Jack said. You won't leave, the mysterious voice said. If you know about what we've been doing, you know that we've been doing nothing but fight. Did you really think threatening us would work? Jack asked. We're not going anywhere until we have what we came for. So do your worst, David said. We'll be able to handle anything you throw at us. How do you think we got this far? Deku said. I thought as much. But cleaning up is always such a bother, the mysterious voice said. Metal then liquefied around them. The blobs of metal then began to move. Ah. You. Gross, Evelyn yelled. Is that pyro-obsidian? Jack asked. Liquid pyro-obsidian. Moving liquid pyro-obsidian, Peach asked. So much of it, David said. The liquid pyro-obsidian started to come together. Soon a small mound had formed, with it growing and growing. The more pyro-obsidian came together. The blob of pyro-obsidian then began to take shape. What the fuck? Evelyn shouted. What on earth is that thing? Deku shouted. Not an animal and not a Grim, that's for sure, Jack shouted. One of your relatives, Titania, Evelyn asked. All Titania could do was writhe around in pain. Titania, you're hurting. What's wrong? Penny asked. I will take care of her, Miss Polendina. You think about our guest, Peach said. Roger, Penny said. Well, at least it's straightforward, for once, Jack said. No subterfuges, no divide and conquer, no special fields. That's our target, David said. And I even got some pent-up aggression to vent, how lucky, Evelyn said. Maybe defeating it will help Titania, too, Penny said. Then let's take this thing down quickly, Deku said. Team Jade. Take it down, Jack shouted. Over by the front gate of Peak, a small girl with white skin and hair was sitting on a staff, floating in the air. Stop this. Right now, Amber said. How did you find me? The girl asked. Home. You can see me and hear me. Then I was right. You use magic, Amber said. Who are you? The girl asked. Just a stowaway. My name is Amber. And you are attacking my friend, Amber said. Deku and Jack had gone in to punch the monster, but as their fists just sunk into it. Oh shit, Jack said. With his other hand, Deku used Black Whip to pull himself out of the monster, and then pulling Jack out with Black Whip from his freed hand. Seems like normal attacks are useless against this thing, Deku said. Unless there's a way to make it susceptible, Jack said. Ijuku. Can't you blast it away with a 100% punch? David asked. A sound suggestion. Can you do it, Ijuku? I suppose so. I mean, All Might did it to a similar type of villain, Deku said. Then give him a Detroit smash, Iju, Evelyn said. Deku then accessed the past user's aura pool. He then charged at the monster again, this time using 100% in his right arm. He punched the monster, and this time the monster splatted from the force of the impact and blobs of pre-obsidian flew away due to the air pressure. This attack drained about half of Deku's full aura reserves. It appears that you've severely underestimated them, Amber said. I believe the saying goes. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, the girl said. The liquid pre-obsidian then began to reform. Well, that didn't work, Deku said. Hit it again, Jack said. That's not a good idea. It'll just reform again and I'll be out of the fight, Deku said. Damn, Jack said. It appears that we need to destroy the pyro-obsidian to stop it from reforming, Penny said. Well, as teacher says. Time to experiment, Evelyn said. I'll take care of the experimenting, David said, pulling out several types of dust crystals. Team Jade then start to experiment on ways to damage the monster. At first, Penny's laser beam seemed to be the best way at chipping down at the monster. They then found out that freezing parts of the monster made it susceptible to normal attacks, as the frozen parts could be hit, and when they were broken off, the pre-obsidian did not reform. Bit by bit they began to chip away at the monster. Think we've chipped away at it enough? David asked. Affirmative. Its mass has been reduced by 64.84%, Penny said. And no more pyro-obsidian is coming its way, for some reason. Let's end this in one blow, Jack said. You've got a plan? Evelyn asked. Cover me. I need to focus, Jack said. Your semblance. You're going to turn us all into popsicles, Evelyn said. Not if I focus. I've been training, carrots, Jack said. Alright, I'll be the bait, Evelyn said. Mind if I join you, Jack? I want to try making a popsicle as well, Deku said, holding 2 ice dust crystals in his hand. Jack nodded. I'll slow him down, David said. I'll provide ranged support, Penny said. Sounds like a plan. Let's do this, Evelyn said. Why can't I hit you? The girl asked. Because I don't have a body to hit. Guess you've never fought a ghost before. Or another magic user. HM. Now that I think about it, neither did I, Amber said. The girl then made Pyrrhopsi leap at Amber, but it just phased through her. Again. If controlling this metal is the extent of your abilities, you will never be able to do anything to me, Amber said. Other girl said. While yes. I think I'm starting to feel my magic again, Amber said. Amber attacked the girl with her magic. You missed. Try again for Leon, Evelyn asked. I'm ready. Are you, Jack? Deku asked. Done. Get out of the way, Jack shouted. You mean me? Evelyn asked. I mean all of you, Jack yelled. Penny, David and Evelyn then got out of the way. Ice Age, Jack shouted. Flash freeze, Deku yelled. Oh, they've even got cool names, Evelyn said. Jack and Deku then completely froze the monster. There was also now a large sheet of ice on the ground leading to the monster and pillars of ice encasing it. Okay, now I get why they needed the names. You two froze up something fierce, David said. And with minimal collateral damage. You're getting better with your semblance, I'm almost jealous, Evelyn said. Huff. Took a lot out of me. And just train it, carrots, Jack said. I can't exactly see the future harder, you know, Evelyn said. My attack was slower than it should be and less powerful, Deku said. What are you talking about? That was Evelyn said. Flash freeze is supposed to work like flash fire. The temperature did drop low enough and there's too little ice, Deku said. Ijuku. The left side of your body is covered in ice, Evelyn shouted. Don't worry, Deku said. He then crushed a fire dust crystal in his right hand, and the ice began to melt. Sometimes, you seem like a different being, Jack said. Well. I am technically an alien, Deku said. Should we apply the finishing touch to the demolition of our enemy? David Penny asked. Sure. Together, David asked. On the count of 3, Penny said. David and Penny then shattered the monster. My monster, the girl said. Looks like David and his teammates took care of it. Guess you can't do two things at the same time with that metal, can you? Amber asked. You, the girl said. Are you just mad because you damaged the streets for nothing, or is it slighted pride I see? Amber asked. The girl flew away. Probably both, Amber said. Where's Titania and Professor Peach? Deku asked. Probably didn't want to stick around for the collateral damage and took refuge into one of the buildings, Jack said. Question is which one, though? Evelyn asked. I'm sorry to say I wasn't surveying our surroundings during the fight, Penny said. That's fine, Penny. We can just give Professor Peach a call, and David said. It's alright, I saw where your friends went. They entered a large building further to the right, up the stairs and along the road. From the signs outside, it looks like a clinic, Amber said. Thank you, Amber. Didn't realize you had come, David said. So this is what you look like, Deku said. Wait. You can see me now? Amber asked. Yeah. It's nice to finally see your beautiful face, Deku said. Thanks, Amber said. Wait, Amber. You mean this is your imaginary friend? Evelyn asked. Oh. Hello there. Nice to, meet you face to face, Penny said. You guys can also see her, now? David asked. Clear as day. Holy. How? Jack asked. You can all, Amber said. Amber fled in a plume of fire. Oh, come on, Amber, David said. Ah, so she's gone. Not just us gone? Evelyn asked. Yeah, she got cold feet, I guess, David said. Guess suddenly have others seen her scared her, Deku said. More about that later, though. You heard what she said, David said. Let's go find Titania and Prof Peach, Jack said. Team JPDE then went to look for the clinic Amber was talking about. They soon found it after following Amber's directions. Hey, Prof. You inside or what? Evelyn asked. Indeed we are, Miss Damerot. Doors unlocked, come on in, Peach said. Team JPDE then entered the clinic. This place doubled as a pharmacy or drugstore, it seems, Jack said. Being so far away from Vale, it makes sense they would make their own medicine, Deku said. And you wouldn't believe how durable they are. The expiration dates on these substances are in order of decades, Peach said. Will you stop shouting, Titania complained. Titania, are you well, Penny asked. That goes for everyone. Ow 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 ow, Titania yelled. Titania, how are you feeling, Penny asked. Like my body stopped trying to pull itself apart. Got one hell of a headache though, Titania said. My theory is that Titania's body hasn't completely turned into that of a human yet, at a deep level. Which is why, when whoever attacked us commanded Pyroobsidian to gather and create that monster, her body was affected, Peach said. I don't know who that was, but they'd better not let me get my hands on them, Titania said. You're still a skank. But I'm happy you're alright, Evelyn said. We should probably avoid moving Titania for a while. Penny, Professor Peach. You stay with Titania. We're going to transfer some material from the base camp, Jack said. You want to use this clinic as a base camp, David asked. Yeah. I mean, if the mysterious voice hates damage to its city so much, I don't think she's going to attack us in any of the buildings, Jack said. Makes sense. Wish I could have taken a look at them, though, Evelyn said. All we know is that they are female. And young, I guess from that voice, David said. Let's worry about who they are later. We've got a base to build, Deku said. Back at Beacon. Have a safe trip back, Mr. Xiaolong, Enrico said. Thanks, Mr. Polendina. Wish you all the best in your research. Seal Tai said. Have a pleasant day, Mr. Xiaolong, Seal said. Mr. Polendina. What do you plan to do with the boys, Tai asked. Why, they are people, Mr. Xiaolong. You do things with objects. Also, my daughter loves and trusts the both of them. That's more than enough for me to believe in the wholesomeness of their characters, Enrico said. You're right. We should trust in our children, shouldn't we, Tai said. We can, but to show them the road and provide them with the right tools, Enrico said. True. Goodbye, then, Tai said. Should I make contingency plans for Dik Begis and Midoriya? Professor Seal asked. Seal, Enrico said. Professor, I'm serious. Just like Penny, Mr. Dik Begis and Mr. Midoriya are both existence that cannot be left unplanned for, considering what we've discussed. And what we found out about Dik Begis' semblance, Seal said. Like Penny. The boys hardly possess world-ending potentials, Enrico said. How can you say that with a straight face, Seal asked. Simple. Even with humanity wiped out, the world would keep spinning, no, Enrico said. I really don't get dark humor, Professor Seal said. You will. With age, Enrico said. At the safe house. I'm back, Howard said. Welcome back, Howard. I'm surprised you could come back on your own, Weza said. A pleasant side effect of the boss's gift, Howard said. I see. So you managed to meet expectations. Marvelous, Weza said. Meet? Oh, on the contrary. I'd say I exceeded them, Howard said. Oh, you. What's wrong with your face? Oh my gods, you're the guy I have to sleep on the couch for. This is bullshit. You obviously don't need beauty sleep, you're a lost cause, Andrea asked. Weza, who's the little girl, Howard asked. This is Andrea Damerot, the collaborator I asked Thiller and Bella to acquire for the team, Weza said. Did you say Damerot, Howard asked. Oh, now I remember you. You're the guy Evelyn played for a fool. Your face was hilarious. WTF, she's reading my mind. No, my childhood, Andrea said. Well. Aren't you just adorable, Howard said. Or, I know, thanks. Still stealing your bed. Should probably burn the sheets first. Smells like spiders, Andrea said, leaving the room. I'm gonna kill her. Just so you know, Howard said. As long as if it's after we've finished. Dik Begis and his friends have only today started properly exploring Peak, after all, Weather said. Speaking of which, who's keeping watch on them today, Howard asked. Bella and Thilla, Weather said. The two of them alone, unsupervised. I don't like it, Howard said. Understandable. But do not worry, Howard. Their loyalty is secured. Trust me, Weather said. Back at Peak. Night had now fallen, and Deku was currently outside the clinic. He was on his turn of night watch, just to make sure that the mysterious voice did not attack again. Turns over, partner, David said. David and Jack had come out of the clinic. Why are you hanging upside down? Jack asked. Well, I do a lot of swinging with Black Whip, so I thought I should get used to being upside down, Deku said. You never seize an opportunity to improve yourself, do you? David said. I didn't get to where I am now by not doing so, Deku said. Deku then flipped around, now standing upright. I see you're in your old clothes. What's the special occasion? Deku asked. Couldn't spend the entire day in the clothes I fought a giant slime monster in, no. The clinic has running water and electricity, too, Jack said. Strange. That means someone is keeping this place running, just like it should be with humans. Is it the boss? But why would he? Deku said, starting to mutter. Now here I thought that Penny was the supercomputer. Your mind could easily give her a run for her lion, Jack said. Hey. Thanks, Deku said sheepily, with a small blush. Don't you mean, run for her money? David said. Hey. I'd prefer to be paid in a currency I can use, Deku said. Anyway, you can head back inside now. It's David's turn, Jack said. Actually, partner. Mind if we take a little walk? There's something on my mind. You don't mind being on watch a little longer, Izuku? David asked. I'll just wake Evelyn up and have her take your shift and then you can take her shift, Deku said. You sure that's a good idea? Carrots likes to stay in bed, Jack said. A fact I know all too well, but I'm sure I can convince her with a hug and a few kisses, Deku said. Deku then entered the clinic to wake Evelyn up. Hey, Prof, I'll be outside, me and David will be swapping guard duty. I swear, waking up at this hour is worse than not sleeping at all. Especially when it's not meant to be my turn, Evelyn said. You were gonna have to wake up eventually. Might as well do it early, Deku said. Humph, Evelyn said. Anyway, Jack and David are taking a small stroll before Jack goes to bed, so it'll just be you, David, Penny and Titania, Deku said. Bunnies to Professor. Hello, Evelyn said. Oh, I'm sorry, my students. I was distracted, Peach said. So, what is it that's got you so distracted? Deku asked. This, Peach said. A journal, Evelyn asked. Not just any journal. This is a medical journal, Miss Damarot. And the last entries date back to right before Peak's last known communications, Peach said. That's fantastic. We now have a first-hand account of what happened here, Deku said. Indeed. Although most of it is in some kind of cipher to protect doctor-patient confidentiality, Peach said. Well, that's just great, Evelyn said. For now at least. I'm sure Penny and her father can decipher a key, Deku said. But why just a key? Why not have them decipher the whole thing? Evelyn asked. I have a feeling that teacher wants to be the first to read it, Deku said. Indeed I do, Peach said. Then I'll go ask Penny if she and her father can make a key for the cipher alongside the map, Deku said. Deku then entered the ward. Hey, Penny, we found a journal, that Deku said. Penny was in a green and orange leotard. She was currently standing in front of a mirror checking herself out and touching her chest and butt. "Penny." "What?" Deku said. "Oh. Ijuku. I didn't hear you come in," Penny said. "I suppose checking yourself out is quite distracting," Deku said. Penny blushed and squirmed at his words. "So? What? What are you wearing?" Deku asked, blushing as he took in the sight before him. "Oh, right, it's the first time you see me in my plug suit." It doesn't look weird or anything?" Penny asked. "No, not weird." "A plug suit, you say?" Deku asked. "Yes. I usually wear it under my clothes." "It's my version of underwear, you could say," Penny said. "I see. But why the leotard design?" "I mean, why not wear something more?" Deku said. "Oh. Well, my plug suit works as both undergarments and a control unit. It constantly monitors my body and registers any changes to its functions," Penny said. "Isn't that what your weekly checkup is for?" Deku asked. "Indeed. But Peppa felt that a 24/7 coverage was necessary after such a drastic undertaking. As for the mirror gazing and body touching, there are two things. One, as of recently, for some reason, I found that the control luminous have started tinging with red," Penny said. "I see. And is that weird?" Deku asked. "I guess. They've always kept a shade of green so far. From what I can tell, it's not harmful, but I wonder what it means," Penny said. That does sound weird, yes. You should probably ask your father about it," Deku said. "Yes. If you'd like, you can tag along," Penny said. "Oh. Well, that'd be a first." "Any particular reason why you ask?" Deku asked. "So you can stop worrying," Penny said. "I guess I should, yes," Deku said. "So, you find this get-up erotically viable?" Penny asked. "Well, it does show your figure very well," Deku said. I'm glad you like it. Now I'm 100% positive David will like it tonight," Penny said. "So that's the second thing?" Deku said. "Yes. I am now fully ready for intercourse, and I've asked David if we can do it tonight," Penny said. "Oh. I see. Though you might have to wait a while. Evelyn and David are swapping shifts. So I'll leave you be to finish preparing," Deku said. "Oh wait. I should have asked you instead. In my excitement I forgot about you," Penny said. "What do you mean?" Deku asked. "I mean, David and Evelyn had their first time together. So for the sake of fairness, we should do the same," Penny said. "Penny. It doesn't matter who takes whose first time. All that matters is that we all love each other. Also, Evelyn also took my first time, so it wouldn't really be the same," Deku said. "I know, but I still feel somewhat guilty for forgetting about you," Penny said. "Well, there's not much you can do now, can you?" Deku said. "Well, you did say that David will be unavailable for a while longer, so," Penny said. But I don't think I'll be able to stop if we did," Deku said, looking away whilst blushing. Penny blushed and felt very hot. Penny then leapt at Deku. "If you won't do me, then please satisfy me in other ways," Penny said, taking Deku's hands and placing them on her plum pass. Deku could feel his hands sink into her butt. Deku couldn't resist her anymore. Deku and Penny then started to passionately kiss each other. "And I'll make sure to satisfy you as well," Penny said. In the next room over, Professor Peach heard moaning. "Ah. Young love," Peach said. She then left the clinic and told Evelyn what was going on. Evelyn quickly rushed inside to have a look. She opened the door slightly and looked through the crack to see Penny getting face fucked. She then put her hand down her trousers while she continued to watch. Soon David and Jack returned to the clinic, and they were quite surprised to see Professor Peach on watch. Professor Peach. Why are you on watch? Jack asked. Have we been gone that long? David asked. You haven't. It's just that Miss Damarot is preoccupied watching Mr. Midoriya and Miss Polendina, Peach said. Ah. I see. I'll drag her out, Jack said. Jack then entered the clinic. Enjoy the love between you for as much as you can now. Life won't always allow you to do so, Peach said. What? David said. But that's for future you to worry about. Enjoy your night with Miss Polendina, Peach said, entering the clinic. After finishing up, Penny and Deku then went to have a quick wash. Little did the two know that Titania was awake and heard everything. Soon Deku exited the clinic while Penny remained inside. Had fun, Deku? David asked. I did. And she's all yours for the taking, Deku said. Then I best not leave her waiting, David said. David then entered the clinic. Hey, don't take too long. It's your turn next, Evelyn said. You skipped 30 minutes of your shift to watch them. You don't get to talk about keeping to time, Jack said. We were at it for 30 minutes, Deku asked. More than that, Jack said. Sorry, Deku said. No. It's fine, you two weren't on shift, and I was talking with David. I would just like to go to sleep, Jack said. Well. You can go to sleep. Whether or not you decide to sleep on the floor is your own choice, Deku said. Jack chuckled, but then noticed that Evelyn had an ear to the door. Carrots, Jack said. Yes, Evelyn asked. Listening is rude. Also, you're supposed to be on guard duty, Jack said. Oh, I can multitask, Evelyn said. I'll never get a decent night of sleep again, will I, Jack said. No. Sorry about that, Jack, Deku said. Jack sighed. I wouldn't say so. Here, Evelyn said. Evelyn. Are those earplugs? Jack asked. To commemorate the occasion, Evelyn said. This must be one of the most thoughtful things you've done for me. Thanks, Carrots, Jack said. You're welcome. Though I can't guarantee they'll be enough once we join in. Now, Aiju. You're gonna fuck me harder than you face fucked Penny, Evelyn said. Deku's whole face went a dark shade of red as Evelyn dragged Deku off. Evelyn. Don't. Why am I even trying anymore, Jack said. A while later, Penny and David exited the clinic. Hey, Jack. What's the matter? David asked. Just thinking about the four of you. And how I'm never going to get a good night's sleep ever again, Jack said. Oh. Right. Sorry in advance, David said. I'll make sure that you at least get enough sleep during the week. However, I can't promise anything during the weekend, Penny said. It's fine, you guys. Just make sure to regain in your fun every now and then, Jack said. Speaking of which, where are Izuku and Evelyn? David said. Evelyn took Izuku off somewhere, so as she said have him fuck her harder that he face fucked Penny, after she was done listening to you two, Jack said. Oh. And where did she take him? Penny asked. I don't know. I couldn't be bothered to see, Jack said. Fuck, Evelyn screamed. Tighter, Izuku. Tighter. And fuck me harder, Evelyn screamed. Never mind. I know where they are now, Jack said. I want to go see what they're doing. For research purposes, of course, Penny said. You can just say you're curious about their kinks, David said. Copy that. I want to go see Izuku rail, Evelyn, Penny said. The two then walked off in the direction of Evelyn's screams. Hey, come back. What's the point on being on guard duty, again, when there's no one to guard, Jack said. The three had now come to a wall. They could tell that Deku and Evelyn were on the other side due to the noise. They looked over the wall to see that Deku had tied Evelyn up using Black Whip. They quickly ducked down before either of them could have spotted them. Oh. My. Gods, David said. I didn't think Izuku would even entertain the idea of bondage, Penny said. Well, when we first met him, he didn't seem to be the type to be this into sex, David said. That's true. Though this gives me some more ideas for my plan, Penny said. What plan, David asked. I'm planning a day out with myself, Izuku and Evelyn. That will end with a pleasurable night with the three of us since he hasn't taken anyone's first time yet, Penny said. You silly ginger. That's a silly reason for you to plan that sort of thing. But I'll help you nonetheless, David said. Happy to have you on board. Now let's leave the two bunnies to breed and make this plan into a reality, Penny said. David and Penny then went back to the clinic, while Jack stayed behind. She slumped to the floor and put her hands to her face, as she continued to listen. What am I thinking, Jack asked, as she moved one hand under her shirt and the other down her. And what am I doing, Jack asked. A long while later, Deku and Evelyn were on the ground completely naked. Deku had his back against a tree whilst Evelyn was passed out on his chest. Hello Izuku, Thriller said. Thriller, Deku said, anger rising. Sush. We don't want to wake up Evelyn, do we, Thriller said. So you're not here to fight? Then why are you here, Deku said. Weza has us watching your group, Thriller said. Why, Deku asked. I don't know. I guess to have a report on how far you're making it into peak, Thriller said. But why have you made contact with me, Deku asked. The reason I'm making contact with you is that we want information, Thriller said. Well, you're not getting any, Deku said. We figured you'd say that. But we're not doing this for Weza, Thriller said. Then who, Deku asked. Us, Thriller said. Who's us, Deku asked. Me and Bella, Thriller said. Then where is she, Deku asked. Hiding. Just in case she wakes up. Anyway, Weza has information on a matter very dear to our hearts and we want to find out more. If it wasn't for that, we would have left already. So, we need something to hold over his head to get what we want, Thriller said. Then why have you come to me, Deku asked. Because you're not a regular human, are you, Thriller asked. What are you talking about, Deku asked. Don't bother trying to deny it. Bella felt something weird with your aura. Or should I say auras, Thriller said. Deku's face went wide. Judging from your reaction, you do have multiple auras, Thriller said. I do, Deku said. Care to elaborate, Thriller asked. I don't know. Seems like enough information on its own to get Weza interested already, Deku said. Smart ace. Very well then. If you want to tell us more, just call me on your scroll, Thriller said, grabbing Deku's scroll and exchanging numbers. Don't I get any information out of this, Deku asked. Very well. After telling Weza this, he may be more interested in you more than David, Thriller said. Thriller then left, and Deku could also hear another set of footsteps leaving as well. Deku then got up and put his combat outfit on up to his waist and then covered Evelyn in her clothes before heading back to the clinic. They passed Professor Peach as they entered the clinic, who only just smiled at them. He then placed Evelyn on a bed before climbing in next to her and falling asleep. Monday. Day 106. Well then, students. I think we can officially declare our latest trip to Peak a complete success, Peach said. I'd say. We've managed to open a direct path into the city. No more skulking around, David said. We've managed to find a safe house. Even if it's mostly just safe because of that little girl's OCD. Whoever she is, Evelyn said. I swear, it's like I'm a magnet for troublesome brats. This one controls pure obsidian, Titania said. But we've shown her creation what we're made of and that we're not pushovers, Deku said. We've also even made some steps into deciphering the mystery of Peak, Penny said. Provided we manage to decipher the medical journal Peach found, Jack said. You just leave that to me, children. I'll get on it as soon as, Peach said. Oh, I think that's going to wait quite a bit, Professor Peach, Glinda said. Professor Goodwitch, what? What a surprise to have you here waiting for us, Peach said. Oh, it's the least I could do after reading your statically delayed reports about your activities in Peak, Professor Peach, Glinda said. Professor Goodwitch, I assure you they were under careful supervision, Peach said. And that's of course supposed to make everything okay, isn't it, Glinda yelled. Meet Peach said. Pfft, oh wow. I've never seen her so whipped before. Who's that, Titania asked, whispering. That's Professor Goodwitch, our combat class teacher and the vice headmistress of Beacon, David said. Breaking into no man's land. Enlisting the help of transfer students. Fights with unidentified life forms. And randomly adopting teenage girls, Glinda said. Wait, what, Titania asked. Well, by the authority invested in you by the Kingdom of Vale, Peach said. That's not the, Glinda shouted. Just come talk to me. Also, it's a pleasure to meet you, Titania. Welcome back everyone, Glinda said. Right. Yo, Titania said. You go all rest up while I speak with my old friend. If the past reports are anything to go by, this time you should have fought a giant monster, Glinda said. Team Jade, Titania and Peach just stood there in silence. Glinda exhaled. I don't even want to know, Glinda said. You don't, Peach asked. Of course I do, Glinda shouted. Glinda then started to walk off with Peach. But you said, Peach said. She adopted me, Titania asked. Well, eventually they would have started asking questions. You do live in her quarters, after all, Jack said. Oh, I bet that she didn't put where you really came from in the report. This is the perfect cover-up, Evelyn said. Though I wonder how exactly she spun the tale, then David said. Congratulations, Titania, Penny said. I don't know if you give congratulations for stuff like this, Titania said. Team Jade then decided to return to their dorm, with one exception. Deku had offered to grab some food for everyone. After getting some snack, Deku made his way to the dormitory. Izuku. A moment, if you please, Weiss said. Hello, Weiss. Good afternoon, Deku said. Good afternoon. Sorry to be a bother, Weiss said. You're never a bother, Weiss. What's on your mind, Deku asked. Well, I don't think we should discuss it here. Let's go somewhere more private, Weiss said. You know. You can just ask if you want to spend time alone with me, Deku said. Oh, I know. Like you'd ever refuse my company. But my world doesn't revolve around you, dear, Weiss said. Weiss then led Deku into her dorm room. This isn't that private, Deku said. They are going to be out of the room for the next hour or so. Now shush, Weiss said. So, what's on your mind, Deku asked. In one word. Penny, Weiss said. Talk about a growth spurt, am I right, Deku said. To say the least. And I can't help but worry that it wasn't natural, Weiss said. What do you mean by that, Deku asked. Well, in Atlas they've started, in recent years, experimenting with body corrective surgery. I've seen more than one elite woman with it, but the results are not always genuine looking, Weiss said. Well, Penny seems pretty genuine to me, Deku said. And I guess you would know better than anyone, Weiss said. Deku blushed at her bluntness and gave a nervous laugh and rubbed the back of his head. Indeed, Penny doesn't show any signs of corrective surgery. No scars, no stretched skin, no strangely colored areas, Weiss said. Well, as far as I know, she didn't go through any kind of corrective surgery, Deku said. Still, considering her father is Enrico Polendina. Maybe it's a new kind of process she underwent, Weiss said. Well, maybe. But what's your point, Deku asked. My point? Nothing. I guess I just Was curious, yes. Also maybe a bit worried because as I said, that kind of surgery isn't exactly foolproof yet, you know, Weiss said. Okay, seriously, Weiss. What's on your mind? Deku asked. Nothing on my mind. Anyway, sorry for prying. I'll leave you alone now, Weiss said. Weiss kissed Deku on the cheek. Tata Weiss said, leaving the room. Weiss then came back into the room. Actually, this is my room, so Weiss said. I'll see you later, Deku said. Deku then left the room and started to wonder what was that all about. After returning to his room and thinking everything over, he thought it best to tell Penny about what happened. So, Penny. Weiss has been asking about your growth spurt. I think, Deku said. You think she wants elucidations about my upgrade? Penny asked. She doesn't know it was one, so let's try and keep that kind of terminology unused, Deku said. Right. Anyway, what was she asking about, specifically? Penny asked. Everything and nothing. She mentioned that cosmetic surgery being used in Atlas, but she wasn't exactly accusing you of doing something like that, Deku said. Oh, I see. Of course, considering the average company kept in Atalsian high society, it's no wonder she'd know about such trends. But you say she doesn't believe I underwent such operation? Penny asked. Yeah. She doesn't completely believe that your sudden transformation was natural, but she doesn't believe you got surgeries either, Deku said. That must be because my body doesn't exhibit the usual aesthetical signs of it, Penny said. Yes, but if it isn't worry that drives her, can it be simple curiosity? I've tried prying but she just dropped the subject, Deku said. Oh. Curious. Such a reaction indicates that further discussion of the matter would shed some unwanted light on her, instead of me. And if she wouldn't tell you, despite your relationship? Penny said. I know, Deku said. Ijuku? Penny said. Yes, Penny, Deku asked. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Penny asked. I think so, Penny. But where are we going to find a truckload of strawberries? Deku asked. In the hallways of Beacon. Ah, thanks the gods that's over. I think the last time you rode my ass this hard anything we were still in a team together, Peach said. You didn't leave me much of a choice, Violet, Glinda said. I know. But as I said, Glinda, these aren't risks that those kids can avoid taking, Peach said. Looks like it, Glinda said. I'm not happy about it, either. A world where adults have to rely on children is an upside-down existence. But I can at least offer them full support. And allow them the grace of defending themselves, Peach said. I will have to inform Ozpin of this, Glinda said. Oh, I know. But I bet he will be more than happy to allow this to go on, since it moves the focus of everything away from Beacon and into a remote, isolated region of the world. And my adoption process secured Titania from any claim he might want to make about her, Peach said. She survived 10 years in Peak, alone. I can't believe it, Glinda said. I wouldn't call being stuck in a blob of pyro-obsidian for all those years surviving. She doesn't even remember if she was that age when it happened, Peach said. An entire city gone. Violet, if you ever need any kind of support during your investigations, I want you to come to me, not some other random students, Glinda said. But that would leave nothing for the students to do, Peach said. Good, Glinda said. Hey. They need experience, it's all I'm saying. Fancy a cuppa before bed, Peach asked. Oh, I'd be glad to, but I think someone else you should explain yourself to, first, Glinda said. What are you? Peach asked. Peach then saw Titania standing and waiting. Titania. Is there something wrong? Peach asked. Nah, Titania said. So, what are you doing here? Peach asked. Was waiting for you, Titania said. Why? Peach asked. Oh, I don't know, okay. I just I don't. I have no idea what to do, now. I don't know what a daughter is supposed to do. Most of my memories are those of a dick and his father was even worse, Titania said. Titania Peach said. Ah, forget it. It's stupid. I'm stupid, Titania said. Nothing stupid about it, Titania. And there's really only one thing a daughter is supposed to do for her parents, Peach said. Just one, Titania asked. Just one, Peach said. And? What is that, Titania asked. Live long, live happy and become an adult you can be proud of, Peach said. I think I can do that, Titania said. Tuesday. Day 107. How did your first day as a daughter go, Titania Jack asked. Same as all the other ones. Still, slept on the couch and she can't cook at all, so breakfast in the cafeteria as usual. She did leave me some pocket money, though, Titania said. Welcome to the club of money owners. You'd better make it count, Evelyn said. Oh, it's nowhere near the amount needed for a spending spree, believe me. I was thinking about saving up for a potted plant, though. Maybe a cactus, they're easier to maintain in an apartment, Titania said. You've been reading up on plants, huh, David asked. What is I have, Titania asked. There's nothing wrong with liking plants, Titania, Deku said. Maybe you could do with some new clothes, though. You can't wear your battle clothes all the time, Penny said. Why not? It's not like they stain, Titania said. You'll see why. Leave it to the Bunmeister, Evelyn said. Measurements already recorded, Bunmeister, Penny said. Alright, let's talk wardrobes later. We've got lunch to think of and that other thing, Jack said. Yeah. Peach says she will be done translating everything by tomorrow. It's only a matter of deciphering the code, then she can just read it, Liv, Titania said. Ah. I completely forgot about asking you and your father to create a key for the journal, Penny, Deku said. Well. I did distract you a lot. Anyway, Professor Peach doesn't seem to mind, Penny said. Once she's done deciphering it, we could count it as your first bedtime story, Titania, David said. Okay, that's quite enough of that, Titania said. Oh, maybe we can get a teddy bear before a new outfit, Penny said. Don't think for a second I won't kick you through the ceiling, redhead Titania shouted. For the love of gods, no. We've barely finished patching up the last hole, a cook yelled. Pyrrha then came over to them. Hey, Izuku, Pyrrha said. Hello, Pyrrha. Do you need something, Deku asked. I do. Once you have finished, could you please come with me to my dorm room, Pyrrha asked. Oh, sure. I shouldn't be long, Deku said. Thanks, Pyrrha said, as she made her way out of the mess hall. Deku turned back to the others, only to see them giving him a look. What, Deku asked. Pyrrha has just invited you to her dorm. Along, Evelyn said. Even I know where this is going, Titania said. Come on, guys. Remember, she has eyes for Joun, Deku said. Statistically speaking, most people who have a hard time getting a crush to notice their feels find someone else, Penny said. I'm sure Pyrrha isn't like that. You don't gain the title of the invincible girl by giving up when things get tough, Deku said. Well, maybe this will be the first time Pyrrha is ever defeated, David said. Very funny, guys. This is just probably about her next attempt to get Joun to notice her, Deku said. If that's so, why did she only ask to meet with you, Penny asked. First, she probably doesn't want Joun to overhear. And second, her teammates would probably think she needs help if she was seen talking to all of us at once, Deku said. That still doesn't explain why she wants to talk to you, Evelyn asked. Maybe she's already lost interest in Joun, Penny said. Okay. I'm gonna go now, Deku said. Bring that champion cake home, Evelyn said. Deku then left the mess hall and headed for Team JNPR's room. On the other side of the mess hall, Ren and Nora had noticed that Pyrrha went to talk with Deku and then left, and then soon after Deku left. What's going on? Nora asked. What are you talking about? Jaun asked. Pyrrha went to talk with Izuku, and now they've both left, Ren said. She probably just wants to talk with him. Nothing special there, Jaun said. Nothing special. Jaun, Nora said. Ren then put his hand over Nora's mouth. You're right, Jaun. What Pyrrha does is her own business, Ren said. Deku had now arrived at Team JNPR's room. So, what is it that you want to talk about? Deku asked. Do you remember our triple date? Pyrrha asked. Do I even? It was the only time I've ever seen you mad. You were really pissed off, Deku said. It really did piss me off that he thought I was jealous of Evelyn and Penny. Why would he ever think that? It was clear that it was a triple date. How did he not pick up on that? Pyrrha asked. I don't know. But this has made it much harder for you to get him to confess when he thinks you like someone else, Deku said. I know, which is why I'm about to do this, Pyrrha said. Do what? Deku asked. To make him jealous, Pyrrha said. You really think that's going to work? Deku asked. It has to work. I don't know what I'm going to do if it doesn't, Pyrrha said. Well, there is just being straightforward with him, and tell him how you feel, Deku said. I'm not sure that'll even work. He'll probably just see it a platonic love, Pyrrha said. Well then. How do you plan on making him jealous? Deku asked. Well, as a celebrity, I'm asked to do a lot of photo shoots. In fact, I have a photo shoot coming up, but Pyrrha said. But what? Deku asked. Well, in this shoot I'll be working with a male celebrity, but unfortunately, he is unable to attend. So, they asked me if I could bring a male friend along as a stand-in, Pyrrha said. Wait. You want me to be the stand-in? But why not, Jaun? This could be the perfect time for you two to get closer, Deku said with a blush. But he'll just see this as a favor. He's always one to help out when he can. Just like you, Pyrrha said, saying that last bit quietly to herself. I didn't quite catch that last bit, Deku said. Oh, it wasn't important. So, will you do it? Pyrrha asked. Sure. I'll do anything for you, Deku said, which caused Pyrrha to blush. Thank you. I'll let them know I've found someone, and I'll call you when it's time, Pyrrha said. Okay. I'll see you around, Deku said. See you, Pyrrha said. Deku then left JNPR's room and head back to his own. That was fast. Did you use your quirk on her? Evelyn asked. Unlikely. The whole dormitory would have heard them if that was the case. Unless you also used Black Whip on her to keep her quiet, Penny said. We did not have sex. She just asked me to be her partner in a photo shoot in hopes of making Jaun jealous, Deku yelled. A photo shoot? You're having a photo shoot with Pyrrha Nikos? Do you know how many people would kill to just be on site at her photo shoots? Evelyn asked. Oh. I can't wait to see you in matching outfits. You two would look just like a couple then, Penny said. Calm down, girls. It's just a photo shoot. We're not gonna do anything like what you're thinking, Deku said. Penny and Evelyn just smiled at each other. If you say so, the two of them said. Deku and Evelyn had gone into Vale. Even though they had put their argument behind them, there was one thing that was still bothering him. The thing that confuses me the most is that you went from zero to hero in no time flat, Deku said. Copyright infringement, says what? Evelyn asked. Wait, how do you know about Hercules? Deku asked. Who? Evelyn asked. He's a mythological character who... Oh, never mind. Anyway, I mean, you didn't exactly seem obsessed with the thought before Andrea popped up again. But now, Deku said. I think I was repressing it somewhat. Also, it helped that I had no idea what happened to Andrea nor where he went. Never really had time to elaborate my feelings about him the way I did the death of my family, Evelyn said. Guess it must have been pretty shocking, Deku said. To put it lightly. Penny's father had brought back up some of the memories, but I never realized how much I despise Andrea until I found him in front of me once again, Evelyn said. HMPH, Deku said. What's funny, Evelyn asked. This is probably the most focused and non-random I've ever seen you at, Deku said. Not exactly in a joking mood when discussing this kind of stuff, Evelyn said. Maybe you should, though, Deku said. What do you mean I should, Evelyn asked. Remember when you told me there's trope about your current situation? Well, you're actually walking into one right now. The obsessing over vengeance so much that it starts harming them trope, Deku said. I'm not obsessing over vengeance, Evelyn said. Hence why I said walking into one. Just want to nip this in the bud, Deku said. You're a pest, Evelyn said. Just worried. I just want you to feel comfortable in talking to me about anything. And Penny, David and Jack are here for you as well, so don't feel like you have to keep us from your thoughts. Especially your darkest ones, Deku said. What? You want to hear about all the ways I've been thinking of to creatively murder Andrea, Evelyn asked. Deku's face fell. Oh. Sorry. I shouldn't have, Evelyn said. You know what? Sure, Deku said. If you say so, but don't say I didn't warn you, Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to tell Deku about all the creative ways she planned on murdering Andrea. Looking kind of green around the gills there, love, Evelyn said. Gee, I wonder why, Deku said. Told you. I have a very deep knowledge of human and grim anatomy, Evelyn said. That's putting it lightly. Personal interest, Deku asked. Nah, training, Evelyn said. Oh, right. You work for Ozpin, Deku said. Yeah, the grey-haired asshole recruited me and Jack when we were kids. The training he had us go through was suited to our fighting styles and semblances, since those are what got him interested in us in the first place. In my case, it was all to make a bunny assassin, since I can't do much property damage, Evelyn said. He molded you into a silent weapon to take out people he needs, Deku said. Yeah. It didn't take me long to realize what he wanted out of me, Evelyn said. I'm gonna regret this, but... How many people, Deku said. Oh, enough about that, already. Tell me more about the thing you want to do with my tail and femur, a voice said. Both Evelyn and Deku immediately recognized the voice. Andrea was now stood before them. What the hell are you doing here, Deku asked. Hey, stud. Glad to see you again, Andrea said. Do not call me that, Deku shouted. As for what, I was taking a walk, mooching ice cream off passers-by with my cute dimples. When I saw you and overheard you, and wow, Evelyn, such creativity. Such passion. But seriously. Out with it. What about the femurs, Andrea asked. Fuck off, Evelyn said. Oh, wow, you're not jumping me claws out, Andrea asked. We're in public. And after realizing you like blood and gore, I'm suddenly feeling very zen and shit, Evelyn said. Or, come on, being outside just makes it more exciting. As long as you finish inside, Andrea said. Stop it, Deku said. Make me. But bigger men have tried, Andrea said. Stop it, Evelyn said. Well, they were adults, though. I'm sure you'll grow into it, handsome, Andrea said. Stop it, Evelyn and Deku shouted. You two are an adorable couple, Andrea laughed. Your approval fills me with disgust, Evelyn said. Or, it can't be that much of it. Compliments by your betters are supposed to be eponymous with flattery, Andrea said. That is not what eponymous means, Deku said. And there's nothing you're better than me in, Evelyn said. What? Is to, Andrea said. Ah, right, I guess you've got double ends on your hair. Wouldn't call it a betterment, Evelyn said. My hair is fabulous and properly cared for, thank you very much. And I was more thinking about the fact that I've never killed anyone, Andrea said. You're lying, Evelyn said. I don't need to, Andrea said. You. That cannot be true. I refuse, Deku said. Oh, the look on your faces. Let me clarify, it's not that I'm not willing. But I've never needed to. Why kill when you can persuade, seduce, steal? Killing just brings unnecessary attention down on you, Andrea said. You're lying, Evelyn yelled. Evelyn, Deku said. Believe what you want. Point still stands. And considering your reaction. I wonder, Evelyn. What's your body count, Andrea asked, activating his semblance. You, Evelyn said, beginning to cry. Me, Andrea laughed. Evelyn then ran off. Evelyn, Deku called out. Typical. Can dish out mind games but can't handle them, Andrea said. You. What is it that you want from her, Deku asked. Nothing, really, Andrea said. The hell do you mean nothing? You call that nothing, Deku asked. No, I call that payback for my lack of story time, Andrea said. You're insane, Deku said. You want to stick it in crazy, then, Andrea said. Absolutely fucking not, Deku said. Deku then chased after Evelyn. That was fun. But now I'm all alone again. And bored. Huff should have kept that going a little longer, Andrea said. Deku had missed the bullhead Evelyn was on, and the next bullhead for Beacon was scheduled for the next 30 minutes. Deku then quickly took off back into Vale and headed towards the cliff Beacon stood upon. Even though the time saved wasn't much, it was still better than waiting for the bullhead in Deku's mind. As he made it to Beacon, he called Jack. She locked herself on the balcony. Oh my god, Deku said. Last time she did that was when when Bella, Jack said. I'll be right there, Deku said. Deku then quickly made his way to his dorm room. Penny, David and Jack were all waiting inside. You met with her cousin, David asked. Yes, Deku said. How? What did she do, Penny asked. Oh, whatever. Just mind games. Apparently, the guy never killed anyone, Deku said. I don't understand. Why would her cousin never taking a life be a matter of, Penny said. Because both me and Evelyn have killed someone before, remember, Jack said. Oh. Right, Penny said. I know you two have never killed anyone who was innocent, but Deku said. A kill is a kill. Innocent or not. It hardly matters, Jack said. Is it their nature? Or is it the actions that define someone, Penny said. That's the crux of it. Is killing worse than betrayal? Is killing wrong? And if it isn't, who is worth of being killed? As traumatic as the experience must have been for Evelyn. Andrea's crime was simply making an arrogant, egotistical choice, and not caring about his family. I doubt that counts as enough reason for killing him, Jack said. But the grim inside of him, David said. They may be in symbiosis, but they're not the same being, Deku said. I think Evelyn just assumed Andrea would have grown up to become a horrible person. But he may not be horrible enough to kill, Jack said. And when Evelyn realized that may be the case, Penny said. The four stood there in silence. What a situation. I don't know what, Penny said. Ijuku. Mind coming out here, Evelyn asked. Go, Penny said. Right now, David said. Already there, Deku said. Deku then came out onto the balcony. Evelyn, Deku said. Down here, Evelyn said. Evelyn was sitting on the floor, looking at the surroundings through the parapet of the balcony. Her hat and jacket were nowhere in sight. So, what do you think, Evelyn asked. I don't really know. I know you have. Our main goals as hunters is to fight Grim, but we've been fight more people than Grim, so far. I'm not sure if it comes to kill or be killed, if I could do it. But I don't think any less of you right now than I did earlier, Evelyn. And neither does Penny or David, I'm sure of it, Deku said. I figured. But I still really want to hurt Andrea. And I still wanna kill the Grim inside of him, Evelyn said. I know. But hey, killing is not the only option. Maybe we can cover him in puppies, Deku said. Evelyn laughed. She then got up and hugged Deku. Phew. Now I feel better, Evelyn said. Glad you do. Silly bunny, Deku said. Sorry for worrying you. So, Evelyn said. Can't you just enjoy the hug, Deku asked. Hugs are nice. But thing is, I do. I'm not, Evelyn said. Perfect. Neither am I, Deku said. No one is, but thing is. I hate not being able to explain myself, Evelyn said. Evelyn, no. It doesn't bother me that my girlfriend has killed people, Deku said. Not even a little bit, Evelyn asked. Only if you plan to kill me to get the kids in the divorce, Deku said. Hey. Already thinking about marriage, Evelyn asked. Better to think about that than wondering what my girlfriend's body count is, Deku said. You're awful, Evelyn said. And you're stupid for thinking I would hate you for the people you've killed. I don't care about them. I care about you, Deku said. Cold, Buster, Evelyn said. Just being honest. Okay, maybe I'm lying a bit, Deku said. Wednesday. Day 108. It was now time for the rematch with Coco, Velvet and Yaitsu. Deku, Penny and David arrived at the amphitheater. However, instead of Yaitsu being there, it was Fox. Good evening, everyone, Penny greeted. Hey guys, Velvet said. Hey, guys, Deku said. Hello, boy toy. Oh, Fox. I was not expecting to see you here, David said. I didn't expect to be here either, Fox said. Then why are you here, and where is Yaitsuhashi, Deku asked. Unfortunately, Yaitsuhashi had something come up and had to cancel, so I'm here in his place, Fox said. I see. So I'll be going up against you, Deku said. Yes. Bring your best, Fox said. I always do, Deku said. You two are already in the fighting spirit. I like it. Now all we need is Professor Peach's commentary, without it it's not the same thing, Coco said. Oh. In that case, would you like us to ask her to, Penny said. Penny, no, please, David said. I'm sure she wouldn't say no, Penny said. And that's the problem, David said. This is going to be fun, Red. Now, let's move to the sturdier area of the amphitheater. I got some frustrations to vent, Coco said. Coco. Yaitsu said he's going to make you repave on your own, next time, Velvet said. He wouldn't, Coco said. You sure you want to find out, Fox asked. Come on, David. Let's move away, Velvet said. David and Velvet then headed to the other side of the amphitheater. Hey, don't leave me hanging like that. I just had my nails done, Coco said. I suggest we move to and prepare to battle, Penny said. Oh, I don't need to prepare, Red, Coco said. Penny and Coco then left Deku and Fox alone. So? Wanna get coffee, Fox asked. Sure, Deku said. The two then left the amphitheater without the others noticing. This should be far enough. Don't want to get caught in the storm of bullets. I doubt Coco will be able to hold back against Penny, Velvet said. Thanks for your consideration. But you did hold back against Penny, no? You told her as much, David said. Yes, but that was different, Velvet said. It's fine. So will be this, David said. Velvet said. Before going to the amphitheater, David had asked Penny and Deku for a strategy to fight Velvet. It wasn't constant, but at times her movements were identical to those of other people I know. Weiss, Young. Even Jack and you, Izuku, Penny said. You mean stances and the like, David asked. And guards and strikes and footwork. Even their openings. Too perfect for being simple imitation, Penny said. So, unless she's very dedicated into integrating other people fighting styles into her own, like me. It must be her semblance, Deku said. Indeed. I think her semblance allows her to copy the body language of people. It's a process in science is called photographic reflexes, Penny said. Okay. So how am I supposed to push a master of hand-to-hand combat to pull out her weapon even when you beating her, and Deku flinging her didn't work, David asked. Well, if losing didn't work. What about frustrating her, Penny asked. And how am I supposed to do that when she can change her fighting still in an instant, David asked. Well, Evelyn is hardly ever hit in combat class, Deku said. I see. That will work, David said. David then crushed fire dust crystals in his gauntlets and activated Evelyn's inspiration. He then backed up. You just backed yourself into a wall, Velvet said. Yup, David said. But why, Velvet asked. Come find out, David said. On the other side of the amphitheater, Penny and Coco were having an intensive fight. Well, I'll be. You're pretty good, Penny, Coco said. You too, Coco. You're a much more enjoyable challenge than Velvet, Penny said. Speaking of my bub bun. I mean, Velvet is no slouch. Not even I can beat her in hand-to-hand, Coco said. Oh my. Deja vu, Penny thought. We came up with a plan to force Velvet to step up. David may not be able to beat her in a straight one-on-one, but first, by placing his back against a wall, David can reduce Velvet's available radius of attack by half, limit the ways she can come at him. Then, using his semblance, David can anticipate Velvet's attacks. And lastly, David is actually using his weapon. His gauntlets are specifically made for hand-to-hand, so rushing in will make her open to a counter-attack, Penny said. Oh, man. That hurt to watch, Coco said. Velvet said. So, are you going to use your weapon anytime soon? Because I'm not moving from this spot, David said. No, this is fine. I can, Velvet said. Show Coco how many bad decisions you have left in you today, David asked. What, Velvet said. What about your pride? Got none. This is going to be the second first year who's going to stomp your ass, and I'm the closest thing to a total amateur you can find, David said. Why are you saying that, Velvet asked. Because, I realized that for good or bad, you expect people to do everything for you. Including taking the blame when you resent not having spoken up, David said. I do not, Velvet yelled. Really? Then have you ever told Coco, David asked. No. Because I didn't want to inconvenience her, Velvet said. And it was still your decision. No right to blame others, David said. Was this also part of the plan, Coco asked. Not exactly, Penny said. And no right to lament your fate with her. A new set of clothes isn't going to change anything if you're going to choose not to wear them because you think you need to ask permission, David said. Velvet said. So, what's it going to be, Velvet? Are you going to keep making yourself a captive in your own world? Or are you going to do something about it, David asked, deactivating Evelyn's inspiration. Velvet smirked. She then took a picture of David with the flash on. Sweet merciful gods, my eyes, David shouted. You asked for it, Velvet said. Well, I'll be. You actually managed to. What the, David said. What? I did exactly like you. How did this happen, Velvet asked. David and Velvet were currently tied up in a light construct of David's whip. David's mouth was covered by the whip. Why did it end up like this? Velvet asked. David tried to speak but he couldn't. Because a whip doesn't care what you want it to do. It does what it wants to do, Deku said. Aren't you supposed to ask him out first before you try bondage? Fox asked. Ijuku, Penny said. Fox. What are you two? Coco asked. It was only known that they had realized that Deku and Fox were on the battleground. Up in the stands, Fox said. The four looked to see Deku and Fox with a cup of coffee and wearing black tinted glasses. You went and got coffee? Penny asked. And are those my glasses? Coco asked. Can you help us out first? Please? The time limit is a long time away, Velvet said. Oh, right, Coco said. Coco and Penny then helped get David and Velvet get free. While Deku and Fox came down, as soon as they entered the battleground, Coco immediately took her glasses back. I guess we'll call this a draw, then Coco said. Yes. I had fun, Coco. I'd love to have another spar, Penny said. Hit me whenever, Coco said. I'm gonna pass. I'm currently terrified of the both of you, David said. I'm sorry, David, Velvet said. Hey, now. I'm just joking, David said. We'll see you guy around. Good night. And Velvet, Deku said. Yes, Ijuku, Velvet asked. Take David lesson to heart. Don't let up, Deku said. Hey, it's actually your lesson, David said. But you're the one who taught it to her, Deku said. David and Deku then began to argue about who taught the lesson as the left. That was enigmatic, Coco said. Coco, Velvet asked. Yes, Velvet. What is it? Coco asked. Can I talk to you about something? Velvet asked. Of course, Bub Bun. About anything, Coco said. I'll leave you two alone, then Fox said, starting to leave. Hold on a second, Fox. How was that coffee break? Coco asked. It was nice. I like Ijuku's voice, Fox said. Fox then left the amphitheater. Deku was now currently in Vale. His team had realized that they didn't have any food for dinner tonight, so Deku went off into Vale to get some food for tonight. As he was walking to the Bullhead Landing, he saw someone who looked a lot like Pyrrha. Pyrrha, Deku asked. There we go again. All redheads look the same to your city boys, how the woman said. What? Deku said. Always the same darn thing. Pyrrha here, Pyrrha there, we get it, fella. She's a celebrity, the woman said. Ha, no, wait, Deku said. She ain't the only tall redhead in the whole darn world, though, the woman said. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm just a friend of hers and... I didn't mean to offend you, Deku said. A friend of Pyrrha, Nikos, the woman asked. Yes. I'm a hunter in training and I also go to Beacon. She's a good friend and I've helped her out a lot, Deku said. You could have just apologized instead of marking stuff up, the woman said. I'm not, Deku said. Sure you ain't. What's your name, fella, the woman asked. Deku sighed, he wasn't going to be able to convince her. I'm Ijuku. Ijuku Midoriya. And you are? Deku asked. Pythia Delphis. Nice to meet you. Don't even think about it, Pythia said. Seriously. You want to talk about every redhead isn't Pyrrha, but your names start the same, Deku said. Typical city boy. No manners whatsoever, Pythia said. Well, at least I have enough manners to not shout at people in the middle of the street, Deku said. Oh me gosh, talk about looking like a country hick, ha, Pythia said. If you say so, Deku said. Ye were supposed to correct me, you oaf, Pythia said. Says who? Deku asked. Says me, Pythia said. Let's change the subject. Where are you from? Deku asked. Mistral. And you? Pythia asked. Mujutafu, Deku said. Never heard of it. Where is it? Pythia asked. It's a small remote village located in the northern mountains of Anima, Deku said. It's no place I've ever heard before, Pythia said. Well, I did say it was remote. Not a lot of people travel through our village. Anyway, Miss Pythia, are you new in town? Deku asked. Yeah, kind of. You want to show me around? Pythia asked. Okay, sure. Though what's with the sudden change just after that exchange? Deku asked. Hey, you came on at me in the first place. Thought you'd be happy, Pythia said. I wasn't coming on to you, Deku said. Right. You were coming on to your friend Pyrrha, Pythia said. Neither, Deku said. Whatever you say, Izuku. So do you want to show me around or not? Pythia asked. I already agreed, so yes. But not tonight, Deku said. Got a short chain on you, huh? That's fine. Gimme your scroll number, then, Pythia said. The two then exchanged numbers and then Deku headed back to Beacon. What if Deku joined Team JPDE? Chapter 36. Apology and Tatars. Thursday. Day 109. Glad you managed to finish the grenade dust assignment in time, students. I can't play favorites, so I would have had to give you a lower grade for lateness, Peach said. That's so not fair, Evelyn said. Nishishishi, so glad I don't have homework, Titania said. Says who? Young lady, Peach asked. What? Titania said. No daughter of mine is going to grow up empty-headed. We're starting your cuticulum next week, Peach said. Gods damn it, Titania said. That's what happens when you have a scientist as a mother, Deku said. Anyway, let's start. Professor Peach, have you completed the translation of the diary? Jack asked. Indeed I have, Miss Ivory. This is the full transcript. Considering the state of Beacon's network, I thought it'd be more prudent to make a physical copy instead of a digital one. I've highlighted some choice entries that I will now recount for you. As a preamble, after reading this, there's no doubt in my mind that intentional foul play was involved in the disappearance of the people of Peak, Peach said. Those poor people, Penny said. Why do you think so? Professor David asked. I think you'll understand once I start reading, Peach said. Professor Peach then started to read the journal. 13th of March. A most curious case was brought in this morning. One of the miners fell into what I can only describe as a heavy coma, despite not sporting any injuries and all his vitals being in the norm. Only anomaly was a slightly above average presence of metals in the bloodstream. 14th of March. The miner woke up while I was out on house call and, according to the nurse, just left without saying a word to anyone. I've contacted his family and asked them to bring him back for a follow-up checkup. 15th of March. There will be no follow-up checkup, as the miner has gone missing into the mines, Peach said. The mines, Jack said. Yes. The miners of Peak. I think they accidentally released him, David said. How did they not notice a giant flaming monster, if we go by your description? Titania asked. Because they didn't release him fully. They only managed to break the seal of his prison, so whilst he still may be trapped in Peak, he became able to influence his surroundings. When he spoke to David, he implied to be older than Remnant itself, so, with all that time, he was confined to the mines, Peak, Deku said. Until the people of Peak dug too deep, Evelyn said. 24th of March. Again, more and more people are falling into a coma, waking up after exactly 24 hours only to make a beeline for the mines. They're all disappearing into the depths, Peach said. Why haven't they tried barring the entrance or keeping the people locked up? Penny asked. According to the diary, doing so has served to make the people affected harm themselves while breaking through them, Peach said. Gods. But if it was only the miners at first, how did the effects spread to the rest of the city? Jack asked. The good doctor manages to find out in the last entry of this diary. 2nd of April. Bits in the water. It's not just any metal, it's pyro-obsidian. And it's the water we've been drinking. The miners went first because it's even in the air, down there. It's been claiming everyone, one by one. There are only so many people left who haven't fallen asleep. Why isn't anyone sending help? Why aren't our messages going through? Peach said. It wasn't overnight, David said. But then. Wait a minute, this foul play you were referring to, Jack asked. Human foul play. Someone actually helped make this happen, Evelyn asked. But why? Penny said. I can only hope the serum I've devised will work. It's supposed to break down pyro-obsidian at all levels into its more basic components. I only need one more ingredient. May the gods allow me to find it before I too fall in a sleep I may never wake from again. That was the last entry. I don't think the good doctor succeeded, Peach said. Unfortunately, Jack said. And it presents another problem. What if the same thing happens to us? Evelyn asked. Damn it, that's true. Good thing we've been drinking our own water, Titania said. But our objective is the mine and... Well, I have no doubt that this thing is much stronger now than he was 10 years ago. We've barely managed to get through the field running through the pyro-obsidian structure. I don't trust our chances with the invisible kind, David said. Well, we fortunately have a remedy ready for creation and usage, Peach said. The doctor left the recipe in the diary, Deku asked. No, but considering what was going on in Peak at the time, I can't believe he'd put it somewhere hard to find. I believe we just need to search his clinic further, Peach said. Sounds like a plan. We have time before we get to the mines, anyway, Jack said. Yes. The next area we have to cover on the way there is the markets. And after our encounter with the guardian of the city, she's sure to be prepared for our arrival, Penny said. Hopefully this time she'll show up instead of sending a metal monster after us. If we can get a hold of her, I can use my semblance to get some intel, Evelyn said. Actually, speaking of intel, I think there's someone who can help us with that, David said. You do, Mr. Dik Begis. And who might that be? Peach asked. Me, Amber said. Amber the appeared before them. Whoa. What the hell? Titania asked. Hello again, Amber. Feeling more comfortable to stick around this time? Deku asked. Very much so, Ijuku. Well met, everyone. As David prefaced. I have intel on your newest adversary, for I've fought her while you dealt with her creation, Amber said. Ha, David said. Children, who is this person? And where did she come from? Peach asked. Long story. But let's just say she's always around, Jack said. You've fought her? Penny asked. Yes. Her power concerned the manipulation of pyro-obsidian, but she can only use it for one purpose at a time. Having her focus on me prevented the regeneration of the monster you were fighting, or the summoning of further help, Amber said. Sounds like we owe you one, Evelyn said. Anything else you can share? Deku asked. So I guess we're just going to ignore the fact that she appeared in a burst of flames. Sure, why not? Titania said. As you may have surmised yourself, she seems to be a guardian and caretaker of the city. Her powers are magical in nature and she's quite temperamental when dealing with something she didn't plan for. Understandable, given her young age, Amber said. Her young. So it's not just that her voice sounded young, Penny said. No, she is young. Or at least, she doesn't look older than 11, Amber said. 11, Jack asked. Oh, come on. What's next? A 7-year-old with the power to erase you from existence? I'm not fighting that, Titania said. You would be surprised what powers people can have, Deku said. Anyway. I can only hypothesize that she's going to prepare a larger number of monsters for the next time you come to Peak. I doubt she's going to face you herself, knowing about my presence, Amber said. I see. Thanks for the information, Amber. And glad to have you watching our backs, Jack said. It was my pleasure. Now, if you'll excuse me. Keeping myself visible consumes my magic, Amber said. Amber then faded away. Children, did she mention magic? Your friend is an actual authentic, genuine magic user, Peach asked. Apparently, Evelyn said. Actually, to be more precise. Amber told me she's a maiden, David said. Professor Peach's face furrowed. A maiden, Peach asked. Professor Peach. What's wrong, Deku asked. The term is not unfamiliar to me, Peach said. Well, it is an ancient fairy tale, Penny said. I'm aware, Miss Polendina, but that's not where I know it from, Peach said. Wait, for real? Maybe you could help her, then David asked. Help her? Is your friend in trouble, Mr. Dik Begis, Peach said. I think so. She's not invisible and intangible by choice, David said. Did someone hurt her, Penny asked. Yes. And we have a good idea as of who, Jack said. Long story short, she's like the maidens from the story, but no one of them. The powers choose another owner when the previous owner dies, David said. And someone tried to steal those powers from her, Deku said. I see. I will have to get back to you on this, students. There's a hornet nest I need to stir. In the meanwhile, do not tell about Amber to anyone else, not even to Moskowitz. Understood, Peach asked, sternly. I won't, David said. Sure, Evelyn said. Affirmative, Penny said. Roger, Jack said. I don't even know what's going on right now, Titania said. Professor Peach. What do you know, Deku asked. Make sure to prepare yourselves properly, students. I feel like we're in for the fight of our lives, this Sunday, Peach said, completely ignoring Deku's question. Peach then left the classroom. She suddenly got intense, Evelyn said. Did Miss Peach realize something about Amber, Penny asked. I don't think so. It's more like, she thinks she may know something. Or knows someone who knows, Jack said. Whatever it is. I feel like she's trying to keep us from putting ourselves in further danger. Considering how she ignored my question, Deku said. Deku and Penny had gone to talk with Ruby in the mess hall. Ruby. Good morning, Penny said. Oh, hi guys. What's up, Ruby asked. Nothing much. Although Deku said. It seems like Weiss developed an interest in my body. That could be taken as something else entirely, couldn't it, Penny asked. It definitely could, Deku said. It's alright, I understand what you meant. And boy did she ever, Ruby said. In what way, exactly? Did she deal, you asked. No, she doesn't have a clue. It's more like, Ruby said. The day Penny had gotten her upgrade, Weiss was in her team's bathroom looking in the mirror. This is so not fair. Completely unfair. I've been waiting years and she just. And she wasn't that short to begin with. There must be some kind of trick. I refuse to accept that genes can be so different, Weiss said. Weiss, Ruby said. Ruby, Weiss jumped. What are you doing, Ruby asked. Nothing, Weiss yelled. Why are you touching your, Ruby asked. Get the hell out, already, Weiss shouted. But I need to use the bathroom, Ruby said. Back to the present. She's totes jealous, Ruby said. You weren't wrong, Penny, Deku said. Further prying would have revealed something about her. Something that she wasn't prepared to face or accept, Penny said. Weiss. I mean, it's not a subject that comes up often, but she's kind of self-conscious about her height and, assets. I mean, I can understand. I'm 2 years younger than her, but I'm already taller, Ruby said. Without heels, true, Penny said. Then Penny all of a sudden goes and grows up. Might as well have evolved into a new life form, no wonder she suspected foul play, Deku said. I think it's less she suspects and more like she wants it to be foul play. Like, why not me, Ruby said. I see, Deku said. Well, I'm glad we've uncovered the truth. The next course of action is now clear, Penny said. It is, Ruby asked. What do you have in mind, Penny, Deku asked. It will need some preparation. You just make sure to bring Wise to my father's airship tomorrow. Thanks, Ruby. Don't worry, just leave Wise to me, Penny said. Penny then left Deku and Ruby. I'm worried, Ruby said. Same. I mean, I doubt it can be that bad, but Deku said. Penny can be a little eccentric. Although, she's improved leaps and bounds since she started hanging out with you guys. The Penny I first met would have never realized the double meaning of that sentence, Ruby said. Yeah. I'm happy to have been a part of her development. Sometimes it's like watch my own child grow up, Deku said. You're a super duper adorable couple. I'm so babysitting the cyborg babies, Ruby said. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but okay, Deku said. Over the past few days Deku had been receiving messages from Neo, which he had been ignoring. Bet you were impressed by my dance moves. Ben practicing Neo's first text read. Hey. What's with the radio silence, buddy? I've still got those stilettos, Neo's second text read. Don't you dare ignore me, mister. You think I won't hunt you down? Answer me right now, Neo's third text read. What did I ever do to you? You are fucking asshole, Neo's last text read. After reading that final text, Deku began to wonder if Neo didn't know why he was ignoring her. Meanwhile in Vale. Vale. So pretty, so full of life. So naive. Like a girl coming of age and wearing her first dress. You were just begging for someone to come and steal your virtue. And who could be more apt to the task than a fine rouge such as myself? It feels like just yesterday when I first laid eyes on your unmentionable area. And from there, I rose, ever so upwards, to the very top growing, bountiful mounds. Despite your growth luring bigger and more powerful suitor, Roman Torchwick finds solace in knowing he was your first. Your never forgotten dapper king of crime. Yes. Whenever I return to Vale, it should be with purpose in mind, and triumph in my soul. It should not be to babysit my god's forsaken second in command, Roman said. Neo was pouting. When people beg me for their lives, it's usually not because they are asking me to save them from some flooze's target practice, Roman said. Neo now had a bored expression on her face. Them having plenty of spears doesn't change the fact that they're not your property. These are not business partners we can afford to cross, Neo, Roman said. Neo pouted again, before returning to a bored expression. You think I'm happy about taking orders? Last time I did, I was in grade school. Miss Apple had a mean right hook. But we can't afford to cross these people. Not now, not when we're so deep inside their machine. So be a brave little cog and open up to me. What the hell has been eating you, these last few days, Roman asked. Neo then took out her scroll. And stop playing with your scroll when I'm talking to. Wait, is this about that poor guy you latched on, Roman asked. Neo was shocked, but then got angry. Yeah, sure it isn't. Did he finally stop answering your messages, Roman asked. Neo's anger subsided. Figured. And you just can't understand why, can you? Hate to break this to you, Neo. But the only reason all those kids stuck around as long as they did before they all moved as far away from you as they could was because of me, Roman said. Neo was shocked, but then she got very angry. What, you thought you were keeping them around with your striking personality? We're criminals, Neo. And you don't seem to have an off switch for that undoubtedly useful FICO side. You would have had one lonely childhood, hadn't it been for me, doll. And you're way too old for me yo buy or scare you up some friends, so grow up and enter the world of adults Roman said. Neo then began to shake with anger, but then she calmed down. I'll be. You can actually calm down enough to ask for advice. The guy must be fun, or incredibly patient. Well, then. You want tips to get new friends or to keep this one Roman asked. Neo smiled. The hard road, HM. Well, an apology is a good place to start from. I'd suggest groveling but I doubt he'd take it seriously. So, a heartfelt present will have to suffice. And it must be something important something you wouldn't just give to anyone Roman said. Got an idea, huh? May I suggest not using that face when presenting the gift? The guy would piss himself standing Roman said. Neo gave a small cute looking smile. On second thought, I think he'd be better off scared that puking his guts out. Stick to the crazy face, you can't do cute Roman said. Neo then began to shake with rage before kicking Roman. Deku was currently in his room, when he got a call from Neo. Deku was frustrated at first but then remembered that Neo was mute. Or was she? Hello Deku said, answering the call. Good afternoon. Is this Mr. Izuku? The voice asked. The voice appeared to belong to an old woman. Yes. Who is this? Deku asked. Oh, no one, dearie. It's just your cute friend asked me to call you and talk to you in her stead. She can't speak, the poor thing, the old woman said. Deku then began to panic. Neo had taken a hostage. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Deku asked. Oh, I'm quite fine, dearie. Thank you for asking. Anyway, she's writing. Yes, she says she wants to meet you. In Vale, today. Alone. Yes, alone. My, dearie, you need to work on your calligraphy, the old woman said. I'll come. But tell her she needs to let you go, Deku said. Oh, she can hear you quite properly, young man. And my, letting go. These old bones so welcomed a guiding hand back home from the market, the old woman said. I'll be in Vale at 7 p.m. I'm not meeting her later than that, Deku said. She agrees, young man, the old woman said. I see. Have a nice evening and may I suggest locking yourself inside until tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Again Deku said. Deku then hung up. Jack, if I'm not back by tonight. Tell the others I love all of them, Deku said. What Jack said. Deku then left for Vale. After arriving in Vale, Deku was able to calm down. If Neo wanted him dead, then he wouldn't be needing to meet her. So, she actually wants to talk. Neo then met with Deku. Hey, Neo, Deku said. Neo doesn't look pleased. But she doesn't look angry either. Neo then reached into her pocket and pulled something out. A letter, Deku questioned. Neo then got angry. Okay. I'm taking it, Deku said. Deku looked at the letter, though it was quite hard to read due to Neo's horrible calligraphy, but he could just make it out. I hate writing, but how else am I supposed to explain this properly? I'm sorry, okay. You're literally the first person I tried to hang out with who isn't more scared of. Oh, whatever. Thing is, I didn't know, okay. Anyway, I like hanging out with you and I even got you a present. Cool, right? Cool, the letter read. There's more but it's scratched out or unreadable. Deku could see that she was at least making an effort to apologize to him. Apology accepted, Neo, Deku said. Neo was surprised at how fast Deku accepted her apology, but then Neo gave an unpleased expression. The present, right, Deku said. Neo smiled. She looks almost cute with that smile. Neo then present her present to Deku. It was a piece of card with one free kill written on it with drawing of hearts and a cute drawing of her. Neo. What exactly are you giving me? Here Deku asked. No answer. She just keeps holding it up for him to take. Like a little kid with her first drawing. It looked like a coupon Deku could use. Well, to get a free kill from Neo. Normally Deku would have never even entertained the thought of taking it. But with the life he now leads, he thought it best to take it just in case. And to keep Neo happy. Thanks, Neo, Deku said. Deku then took the coupon. Well, so. Want to go have a bite? Deku asked. Neo gave Deku a crazed smile. There are less exaggerated ways to say do I, you know, Deku said. Deku then realized he was actually beginning to understand Neo. Friday. Day 110. Deku was currently in front of Team RWB Wise, thinking about how exactly he was going to invite Wise up to the lab ship, as Penny requested. He decided to just knock on the door. Izuku. Good afternoon, I wasn't expecting you, Wise said. I know. Sorry, am I bothering you? Deku asked. May I mimic a certain person and say that you're never a bother? I was mostly just alone with my thoughts, anyway, Wise said. Speaking of which, Penny would like to talk to you about those, Deku said. Deku thought it best to just be honest. Don't look at me like that. It was pretty noticeable. You approached her with Ruby, remember? Right before the discussion about Flat, Deku said. Do not finish that sentence, Wise angrily said. Got it. Still, she wants to talk to you, Deku said. I guess that's fair. Is she in your room? Wise asked. Actually, no. She wants you to reach her on her father's lab airship, Deku said. The lab air? But why? Wise asked. Your guess as good as mine, Deku said. I'm not going alone, Wise said. I wasn't gonna ask you to, Deku said. Deku and Wise then headed to the lab ship. Here we are. The final boss, Wise said. Penny isn't scary enough to be a final boss. At the most she'd be mid-game material, Deku said. If you say so. Let's open it up, Wise said. Wise then walked to the door. Izuku. I was wondering, Wise said. What is it, Wise? Deku asked. Do you find me attractive? Wise asked. Is this a trick question? Deku asked. Just answer, Wise said. Wise, remember that thing about how you told me you liked me, and I didn't object? I think that'd be plenty of indication, Deku said. Well. Maybe you like me for other things other than my body. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just. I'd like if you liked me for my looks too. At least a little, Wise asked. You're comparing yourself to your teammates, aren't you? Deku asked. Wise said. Yes, I'm going to tell you something that your mind might not be able to comprehend, Deku said. And what's that? Wise asked. I become Penny's boyfriend before she had her growth spurt and would still love her for her looks if she remained flat, Deku said. Well then, looks like I'm in first place then, Wise said. Deku and Wise then entered the laboratory. Wise. I'm so glad you decided to accept my invitation, Penny said. I've kinda owed it to you after trying to stick my nose in your affairs. Penny, let me start by saying I want to apologize, Wise said. What for? Penny asked. For. Immediately jumping to conclusions. We may not know each other very well, if at all, but you're a friend of Ruby and... Well, Izuku loves you and he's a good judge of character, Wise said. Wise, it's alright. My sudden growth may have been a shock to see, I comprehend, Penny said. Still wasn't right of me to assume such drastic choices, Wise said. Well, if it makes you feel any better, my body modifications are indeed the results of corrective surgery, Penny said. They are, Weiss asked. Yes, but not in the way you think of, Penny said. I don't understand, Weiss said. You see, I was born with a condition that, while not life-threatening, stunts my growth and other functions of my body, Penny said. Oh, Weiss said. Deku now understood what Penny was doing. I've been getting periodical surgeries to basically get even with the passage of time. So, don't worry, Weiss. I understand what you're feeling all too well, and I don't fault you for your envy, Penny said. It wasn't really envy. Okay, maybe a little, Weiss said. As I said, I understand, Weiss. I just hope your curiosity is satiated and that there are no lingering feelings of weirdness between us, Penny said. Eventually. I think so, yes. Gosh, and here I thought I had it bad with the lack of growth, Weiss said. Just eventually, Penny asked. Give Weiss a break, Penny. Remember, we're all weirdos on our team, Deku said. Yes. Well, enough about that. I think we've spoken at length. Now, what cup size would you like, Penny asked. Deku couldn't help but start laughing after what he just heard. What did you just say, Weiss asked. This is the machine Papa used for my chest upgrade. It's primed and ready and calibrated for use on humans, Penny said. What else would you use it on? I mean, that's not the point. I don't. I'm not going to use this machine, Weiss said. But why, Penny asked. What do you mean, why, Weiss yelled. Penny, Weiss doesn't need a boob upgrade, Deku said. But she said she considers her growth lacking, Penny said. That doesn't mean I'm willing to fill my chest with bogus tatars, Weiss yelled. But they're made of 100% natural material. You can't even tell the difference, Penny said. That's not, Weiss yelled. I swear, Penny said. Penny then grabbed Weiss's head and pulled her into her chest. Penny. What, Weiss said, before her voice was muffled by her chest. See. The feeling is those of a natural set, right, Penny asked. How would I know? I don't have stuff to compare, Weiss said. But Miss Winters are positively generous, right, Penny asked. Why are you reminding me of that, Weiss yelled. Surely you must have touched them, growing up, Penny said. I who? Weiss said. The feeling is familiar, isn't it, Penny asked. That's not the point. I have my pride, damn it, Weiss said. Your pride, Penny asked. I'm a Shnee, damn it. Even if I remain a surfboard for the rest of my life, I will own it and continue walking. Flat and proud of it, Weiss yelled. Deku didn't even know what to do. Weiss cried. Oh, my, Weiss. There's no reason to. There, Penny said. Stop hugging me to your chest, for the love of Smurf, Weiss yelled. Deku decided to wait for this to peather out on its own. Though the mental images would never go away. After Penny was done shoving Weiss's face in her chest, Deku took her to the bullhead that would take her back to Beacon before returning to the lab. So, Weiss sends her regards and begs you to never, ever try something like that again, Deku said. Was she angry, Penny asked. Not really, more like. She was mentally kicking herself for not expecting something like this out of you. You did leave a very eccentric first impression on her, it seems, Deku said. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wanted to help, but I just made things worse, didn't I, Penny asked. Well, you made sure to squash any rumors by offering Weiss an alternative explanation to your changes, so that was a success. You may have slightly damaged her self-esteem there, though, Deku said. I just wanted to help, Penny said. I know. And I know that she knows, which is why she wasn't really angry. I understand that in your mind that was probably the logical thing to do, but each person is different, Deku said. Meaning? Other than the literal sense, Penny asked. More goes into a decision than simple logic, Penny. Each person has different values and experiences, and so, for the same problem, they may choose different solutions even if one seems to be the most logical or pragmatic, Deku said. I see, Penny said. So, next time ask before trying to set everything up. And maybe consult with us, Deku said. Noted. Hey, Izuku, Penny said. Deku said. You like them smaller or bigger, Penny asked. It's more about the shape, really, Deku said. You want to have some fun with them, Penny asked. Well, Deku said. Penny then grabbed Deku's head and pulled it into her chest. Yes, Deku said. After having his face in her chest, the two went back to their dormitory and proceeded to have some fun that night. Saturday, day 111. Deku was woken up early but a wet and warm feeling. He could also hear loud sucking sounds. Penny, it's too early for this, Deku said, opening his eyes. But he saw Penny sleeping peacefully next to him. He lifted up the sheet to see that it was Evelyn, who was doing it. Evelyn. What, Deku said. Evelyn spoke but Deku couldn't understand what he said. Evelyn, Deku said. Evelyn said. Take it out, Deku said. Evelyn rolled her eyes and then took it out of her mouth, but then started to use her boobs. Way to ruin my fun, Evelyn said. Evelyn, what are you doing, Deku asked. What? I'm giving you a wake-up call, Evelyn said. I can see that, but... Deku said. Evelyn's face and chest was then covered in white fluids. But what? You seem to be enjoying this, Evelyn teased. That's not it. Why are you doing this so early in the morning? You're never up this early on the weekends, Deku said. Well. Today is a special day, Evelyn said, moving to now sit on Deku's crotch. And why is that, Deku asked. You'll see, Evelyn said, moving so as to take Deku. Evelyn, for the love of the gods. Can't you wait until I'm out of the bloody room, Jack said. Well, you should have left earlier then, Evelyn said. It's 5:30 in the morning, Jack said. Well then. If you want to stay and watch, then be my guest, Evelyn said. Jack sighed, and then left the room. After spending the early morning with Evelyn's wake-up call, and a quick shower, Deku, Evelyn and Penny then all headed into Vale. So, mind telling me what the three of us are doing in Vale, Deku asked. That's a surprise, Izuku. Won't want to ruin it, Penny said. If it's a surprise, then why isn't David here, Deku asked. Because it's a surprise just for you, silly, Evelyn said. Okay, Deku said. Evelyn and Penny then got closer to Deku, placing his arms in their chest. What? What are you two doing, Deku asked. What? Can't we be touchy-feely with our boyfriend, Evelyn asked. But in public. What will people think, Deku asked. You worry too much. I'm sure our relationship is public knowledge now, Penny said. In Beacon maybe. But not out in Vale, Deku said. Who cares? If I want to be close to my boyfriend, then I shall, Evelyn said. And so will I, Penny said. And we're here, Evelyn said. The three of them were now standing outside of a shop called Huntress's Secret. And from what Deku could see on the inside, this was a lingerie store. I'll wait out here for you two, alright, Deku said. No can do, Izuku. How are we supposed to know what lingerie you like, Penny said. Come on, Izuku, time's a wasting, Evelyn said. Evelyn and Penny then dragged Deku inside. Deku decided to look up at the ceiling while the girl looked at lingerie. The two found some lingerie they like and headed over to the changing rooms. Thankfully they didn't drag him inside their changing rooms. All of a sudden Deku was grabbed and dragged into a changing room. He was slammed into a wall and then was pinned to it by Penny's butt. Penny. What the, Deku said. Deku then took in what Penny was wearing. She was wearing a micro set of green lingerie and green stockings. What do you think, Deku? Penny asked. Deku said. Shush. Your body tells me all I need to know, Penny said. Penny then showed Deku and nice time in her new lingerie. After that, Deku left Penny's changing room only to be dragged into Evelyn's. Evelyn then jumped on Deku, forcing him to help her and making him slam into the wall. Like Penny's lingerie, I see. Surprising, wasn't it? Evelyn asked. Yes, Deku said. I was surprised too. Though I guess she wanted something more revealing than her plug suit, Evelyn said. Evelyn then got off Deku and walked back. So, what do you think? Evelyn asked. Evelyn was wearing a pair of black see-through lingerie. She was also wearing black stockings and a mini skirt. Deku just gulped. Bun got your tongue. Don't worry, you don't need to say anything, Evelyn said, now pinning Deku to the wall with the splits. After Evelyn was done, the girls bought their lingerie and the three left the shop. So, was that the surprise? Deku asked. That was only 10% of the surprise, Penny said. Your surprise is all day, Evelyn said. The day then proceeded to be going to different clothes stores and having sex in the changing rooms in sexy outfits. At lunchtime, the three went to a cafe to eat. So, my surprise was seeing you in sexy outfits then have sex you too? Deku asked. Sort of. Originally all of that wasn't a part of the plan, Evelyn said. It was something we thought of adding, to increase the experience, Penny said. Should I ask what the original surprise was? Deku said. Why tell you when we can show you? Evelyn and Penny said. Evelyn and Penny then put a foot on Deku's crotch and began to rub. This is the true surprise, Penny said. The three then left the cafe and Deku was taken to a love hotel. As they entered their assigned room, the girls pushed Deku onto the bed before they head into the bathroom. The two then came out wearing maid outfits. Evelyn was wearing her outfit from the party at Junior's, while Penny was wearing a white and green maid outfit. Hello, master. Would you like to take a bath? Evelyn said. Or a massage? Penny asked. Or would you like us? Penny and Evelyn said. Hold on, what's with all of this? Why are you two doing this? Deku said. I'll let Penny explain, Evelyn said. Remember what we talked about in Peak? About it doesn't matter who's first? Penny asked. Yeah, Deku said. Well, I know you said not to, but I still feel guilty about it. And well, my mind began to wander and then I thought, why not allow you to have the first threesome in our relationship? Penny said. And then I came up with the idea of, well, the rest, Evelyn said. You didn't have to do this, Deku said. We know, but Penny said. But we want to, Evelyn said. Penny then gave Deku a black object. What's this? Deku asked. Why don't you find out? Evelyn asked. Deku then pressed a button. Penny and Evelyn then moaned as they received a shock. A shock collar, Deku yelled. Please, punish us, master, Penny said. We've been naughty girls, Evelyn said. Penny and Evelyn then pushed Deku down onto the bed. The three then spent the rest of the day in the Love Hotel, doing as many new things as possible and ruining the new outfits they had just bought. Meanwhile at the lab ship, Seal was currently at a computer. Why aren't any vitals coming through? The suit is 100% operational, Seal said. What has gotten you so worked up? Seal Enrico asked, entering the lab. Shouldn't you be asleep? Dr. Seal asked. The same goes for you, Enrico said. Doctor. As you should know, I do not require sleep, Seal said. But your dust batteries will need to be changed sooner then. Unless your father has managed to break the laws of thermodynamics, Enrico said. That process only takes a few minutes, hardly a reason for me to enter rest mode, Seal said. What if there's no one around to facilitate the process, or what if Penny decides to go rogue during those few minutes, Enrico said. There's a low % chance of either of those two things happening. And I have already made contingent plans just in case, Seal said. Enrico sighed. I ask again. What has gotten you so worked up, Seal? Enrico asked. It has come to my attention that none of Penny's vitals have been recorded today. I thought it might have been broken, but I ran a diagnostic on the plug suit and the readings indicated that it was 100% operational. I don't understand, Seal said. Have you considered that she might not be wearing it? Enrico asked. Huh? But you told her to wear it all the time. She would never disobey you, even though her programming allows it, Seal said. I didn't tell her to do anything. I gave her a choice. And she agreed that it would be for the best that 24-hour monitoring was needed after such a drastic change to her body. I never told her to not take it off. Do you think she washes in it too? Enrico asked. No. But why would she not be wearing it? Seal said. Because I would prefer not to have a reading on my daughter's performance in bed, Enrico said. Seal said. Yesterday, after Penny's checkup, she had asked him if she could not wear her plug suit tomorrow, which caused him to laugh. Papa. I do not understand the reason for your hilarity, Penny said. Penny, you do not need to ask for such a thing, Enrico said. But I'm supposed to wear my plug suit all the time, Penny said. You're not supposed to wear anything all the time. Penny, the plug suit is just to monitor your performance 24 hours a day, yes, but you only wear it because I was concerned about you. You do not need my permission to not wear it, just please inform me when you do so, Enrico said. Of course, thank you, Papa, Penny said. Also, you may want to turn off the plug suit whilst in bed with your loved ones, Enrico said. Penny's face went completely red. Then that means she's been all day, Seal asked. All day, Enrico said. Enrico then left the room. No. Such action is necessary. Even if sexual intercourse is recorded. It's a small price to pay for the safety of the world, Seal said. Seal then decided to hack into Penny's optical receptors, know very little of how big of a mistake this action was. Seal wanted to look away, but she just couldn't. For some reason unknown to her, she then hacked into Penny's audio receptors as well. She watched and listened all night long. After they had finished, Seal decided to undo the damage she had done, and then she began to do some research. Sunday. Day 112. All right. Professor Peach, you cover our retreat here. Everyone, keep your comms on at all times. If anything happens, you're the only one who can protect this location on her own, Jack said. If I need help, I'll holler, Miss Ivory. Now have fun, and don't let the metal monsters bit you, Peach said. You're joking, but that may actually happen, Evelyn said. Everyone else laughed, except David. Team JPDE plus Titania then started to explore the market area of Peak. Once again. Such meticulous effort to preserve the beauty of this place, Penny said. While stripping it all of human presence, Evelyn said. Let's stick close. I don't want anyone wandering off on their own, Jack said. Oh my gods. Plants. Fruit and flowers and vegetables. How can anything grow properly here without insects? Titania asked. A thought. Maybe the insects are hers, Jack asked. You mean she also takes care of pollination? Just how much control does she have on what goes on in this city? Titania asked. I think she controls everything, and that's why she doesn't like us here. She can't control us, Jack said. Workshops. This place must have been full of life, and now it's a place frozen in time, Deku said. She even preserved their tools. It's like she's playing with a dollhouse, Jack said. Hey. I think I found the source of the water. There's hydraulics going into the lake, here. See? And if pyro-obsidian slipped inside of it, Evelyn said. This must be connected to the mines, somehow, Jack said. It's most likely that pyre obsidian runs at least from the mines to here. I bet it runs all under peak, Deku said. We should probably take a sample. Professor Peach may need it to test the serum if she, Penny said. Okay, time out. Why are you so goddamn silent, Titania asked. David had been lost in his thoughts. You've barely said a word since we've departed. You're being more of a creep than this entire city, Titania said. Hey. Don't you dare talk smack to my boyfriend, Evelyn angrily said. Hey, we're almost surely probably assuredly walking into a trap, here. If he has something on his mind he'd better shit or get off the pot and soon, Titania said. Partner, Titania is right. You've been like this since Friday, and I should have brought this up sooner, Jack said. David, is something wrong? Penny asked. Okay, fine, I thought you'd at least come to me with it, but nope. What's eating you? Evelyn asked. Ijuku, David said. Yeah, Deku asked. Have you ever thought that? David said. Something then began to move in the water. The water. There's something in the water, Evelyn said. Typical, Titania said. On the other side of the markets was the girl. I knew you'd show up again. Which, the girl said. Maiden, thank you. And my name is Amber, Amber said. It doesn't matter, anyway. You won't be able to help them this time, the girl said. Oh. So you learned to multitask? Amber asked. No. But I planned around it, the girl said. What does that mean? Amber asked. I sacrificed regeneration for durability, the girl said. You're not going to try and heal your creation? Amber said. I won't need to. They won't be able to put a scratch on it, the girl said. On another side of the markets. Oh. That's not fair. Why is that kid going all out on them? I wanted another go at Evelyn. And the stud, Andrea said. Evelyn. David. Ijuku. You'd better survive this. We have lots of catching up to do, Howard. Back with Team JPDE and Titania. The mass. The size of it is on a whole other level compared to the previous one, Penny said. Well, at least I'm standing, this time. Bring it on, Titania said. Oh my gods, look at that shadow, Evelyn said. Partner, whatever it is, I need you to snap out of it, now, Jack exclaimed. Whatever it is, you need to put it aside for now. To be the hero. So, David, are you ready? Deku asked. David closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Of course I am, David said. Well, someone finally woke up. Took you long enough, Titania said. Phew, almost smacked you, love. Alright, time to kill whatever that is, Evelyn said. Oh, thank goodness. Our chances of victory just increased 8%, Penny said. Penny, I will abstain from asking for the total on that percentage. But I will have whatever intel you can provide. Team JPDE, Jack said. And Titania said. Quite. Oh, whatever, just. Team, get ready, Jack said. Come on, team. Let's go plus ultra, Deku said. Plus ultra, Titania asked. It means to go beyond your limits, Deku said. That's much better than get ready, Evelyn said. Cheeky rabbit, Jack said. Then let's go plus ultra then, David said. Plus ultra, the others yelled. The monster then came out of the water and instantly crushed the positive fighting spirit. Okay, that's bigger than I expected, David said. Minus 20%, Penny said. Well. At least it can't regenerate. I think, Titania said. So. Think you two can freeze that, Iju, Jack, Evelyn asked. Not even with everyone's aura combined together, carrots. Now that I think about it, Jack said. Best not to risk it. And I don't have enough ice dust to freeze that thing. It would also probably break out before it was completely covered, Deku said. A giant pyro-obsidian dragon had now emerged from the water. Oh, this is so unfair, Evelyn yelled. It stopped coming out of the water, Titania said. With that reach, I don't think it matters much, Jack said. So, I guess we should, Penny said. Get out of the way, Deku shouted. Deku quickly turned and pushed off, using Black Whip to pull the others away too. Everyone okay, Jack asked. Yeah. Thanks for the save, Izuku, David said. No problem. I doubt any of us want to become a pancake, Deku said. How can something that big move that fast, Titania asked. Why don't you ask him? He's your cousin or something, isn't he, Evelyn asked. I detect activity coming from the tail end, Penny said. Take cover, Jack yelled. Amber had heard the explosion, caused by the monster's attack, and start to head towards them. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, the girl said. You have no power on me, Amber said. And you on me. If you leave, I will join the fight as well, the girl said. Fine. Then I guess I will focus on you, Amber said. If you can catch me. Which the girl said. Back at the lake. Damn it, this thing packs a punch, David said. Yeah. But it needs to recharge, Titania said. Titania. Stop. Don't, Deku yelled. Titania charged at the monster. As she entered the water, she received a massive electric shock and was thrown back. Titania, Penny shouted. Deku then caught Titania. He's a giant metal dragon that is producing electricity and it's standing in water, Deku said. Why, Titania tried to speak. Oh, crap. You're paralyzed, aren't you, David asked. Now I wish Kaminari was here. He would be able to absorb the dragon's electricity, Deku said. You can wish for things later. He's taken a liking to us, David shouted. David used Pyrrha's inspiration to push himself back, while Deku used Black Whip to pull him and Titania back. The three crashed into the workshop by the lake. David. Izuku. Are you two alright in there, Evelyn asked. Fine, David said. I've experienced much worse, Deku said. Deku then notices two tendrils of Black Whip on either side of himself. He had been so focused on getting away from the dragon that he hadn't realized he had used Black Whip from his back, though the tendrils had emerged from the neck of his suit. Remembering how Black Whip tore his gauntlet to shreds the first time he used it, he thought about how he could parts of his suit that could allow Black Whip to pass through. Maybe something similar to Myro's hero outfit. Maybe he could ask Enrico if he could do that for him. But right now he had to focus back on the battle at hand. Son. Of a Titania said. Titania, no. You stay down and away until you've recovered, Deku said. Least. Go, Titania said. And leave you unguarded and defenseless. Fat chance, David said. Then at least one of you go, Titania said. I'll go, I'll be of more help. No offense, Deku said. No taken. Better you than me, David said. Deku then left to help the others, leaving David to protect Titania. David also started to think of a plan to defeat the monster. Why are we standing around here, Andrea asked. Where would you rather be, Howard asked. In the midst. Killing one or two of them, Andrea said. Didn't you say you wanted an occasion to fight them again, Howard asked. Evelyn and the stud. I don't care about the others. And reducing the amount of threats would make it easier for us down the road, no. The goo girl is almost completely paralyzed, Andrea said. You do have a point, Howard said. And a point only, it had better remain, children. I need to protect their retreat and look out for more metal monstrosities, but I couldn't help but overhear you. So despite my sentry role and my distaste I have for hitting children, you'd better stay at a safe distance from my daughter and students. Are we clear, Peach asked. Safe. Safe for who? Andrea asked. Safe for you, Peach said. As I was about to tell her. We only have orders to observe, Howard said. Don't you mean tell him? Peach asked. Ha. Why would I? Howard said. Andrea then began to laugh. Wait a minute. You're a guy? Howard asked. What are you doing? Amber asked. Trying to keep my distance, the girl said. And yet you're not pushing that broom as hard as you could. You're staying close enough so I can chase you, Amber said. I may not be used to fighting magic, but you're not used to fighting, period, aren't you? The girl asked. What? Amber said. You've only just now noticed I've been leading you on a goose chase and you haven't even considered that maybe both of us joining the fight would be in their best interest, the girl said. I don't, Amber said. Never mind. Now. Let me try something new, the girl said. Back at the lake, Team JPDE were trying their best to deal with the monster, but nothing seemed to be very effective against it. Penny's lasers and Deku using high-powered Air Force shot, but they did very little and they wouldn't be able to keep it up long enough to defeat the monster. David then got an idea of how to defeat the monster. You thought of something? Titania asked. Yeah. Hopefully. Team, I have an idea, David said. What kind of idea? Jack asked. We can use our homework, David said. Partner, I don't think that's going to affect it whole body, Jack said. But that's exactly the point, isn't it? Evelyn asked. I see. What should we aim for? Jack asked. The torso. That's the most optimal target in terms of structure, Penny said. I see. But that makes an accurate throw hard. Izuku, can you use Black Whip to do so? Jack asked. I doubt it. I won't be able to see what I'm doing and the dragon will most likely attack Black Whip, Deku said. Then we need to get in close. That means sealing his movements, incapacitate that tail and then dodge Fang and Claw, Jack said. I can handle that last part. Just take care of the rest for me, Titania said. Titania, are you sure you're back to 100%? David asked. You should let me handle this, Evelyn said. Screw that. I'm not sitting on the sidelines and I'm faster than you, Titania said. But you can't see his attacks coming, and Aiju is faster than you. Ideally he should do it, Evelyn said. No, I shouldn't. Me and Penny are the only ones that can keep its attention on us. If I try, I'll focus me and then I won't be able to get close enough. You two will have to work together, Deku said. What? Titania said. What? Evelyn said. Evelyn can see what the dragon will do, while Titania has the speed to react quickly enough to its attacks. If you two work together you should be able to get in and throw the grenade without getting hit, Deku said. A solid plan, Izuku. I'll stop his movements. Penny, you take care of that tail. Izuku, keep its attention on you. Partner, you know what to do. We're going in now, Jack said. Roger, David said. Roger, Penny said. Copy that, Deku said. Fine, Evelyn said. Whatever. Let's go, Titania said. You hit me, Amber said. But I can't hurt you. Seems like if I charge Pyre Obsidian with more of my magic I can make it interact with your body. But that's the extent of it. Oh, well. Knocking you around is certainly satisfying enough on its own. I just need to keep you occupied until my Drago finishes your friends off, the girl said. That's never going to happen, Amber said. Whatever they try, they cannot hurt him. I've seen their fighting styles when they defeated my Monstro and I accounted for everything, the girl said. And that's exactly why, Amber said. Excuse me, the girl said. David focused and activated Jack's inspiration. Slow world, David shouted. The monster's movements then began to slow. I got him. Go, David yelled. My turn. Maximum charge. Accuracy 99.43%. Firing now, Penny said. Penny then fired her laser, severing the tail. Tail in the water, Penny said. Good job, Penny. Don't let up, Jack said. Now let's put this guy on ice, Jack said. Jack froze the monster in place. Go. Now, Jack yelled. Titania and Evelyn start to charge at the monster. Hey! Big guy! Over here, Deku yelled, firing high-powered air blasts distracting the monster. Almost payback time, you filthy reptile, Titania said. And Evelyn Damarot goes for. Oh, shit, Evelyn yelled. Evelyn, why did you, Jack asked. Jets of water then began to fire from its chest. Titania then stood in front of Evelyn. Titania, Evelyn said. Sick and tired of your bullshit, Titania said. All of a sudden there was currents of strong winds. Ah, this wind. Ijuku, is this you, Jack asked. This isn't me. I can control the wind, Deku said. Titania, your semblance. I think you activated your semblance, Penny said. Evelyn, hurry. Throw the dust grenade, David yelled. Go to hell, Evelyn yelled, throwing the grenade. The grenade exploded and increased the weight of the monster, causing it to fall. But they... What? How, the girl asked. No one is invincible. And if you focus too much on what you know, you're not prepared for the unexpected. And speaking of which, Amber said. You didn't, the girl said. Seems like controlling pre-obsidian is not that hard, after all, Amber said. Ha. Team JPDE 2, Metal Monsters 0, David said. That was amazing, you two, Deku said. Great job, girls. Great teamwork, everyone, Jack said. The sounds of the enemy collapsing under its own weight were a much satisfying soundtrack to our victory, Penny said. That was way too close. Why did we only bring one of those things, Evelyn asked. Okay, I take back what I said about studying. That was scary, Titania said. On the other side of the market. So? I guess she was blinded with science or something, Andrea asked. I guess, Howard said. Shouldn't we be getting out of here, Andrea asked. Yeah, let's, Howard said. Back with Team JPDE and Titania. Speaking of scaresome, Titania. When do you think the winds will die down, Penny asked. Hell if I know. I don't even know exactly what Titania said. All of a sudden Deku was hit by something and was sent fly. What, the Deku said. What, the girl said. Ijuku, Jack said. Oh, no. Is it an enemy attack, Penny asked. Not exactly. I seem to have overshot a little, Amber said. Amber, David asked. Overshot what, Titania asked. The little girl, Amber said. The little girl, the others asked. Who? Even Deku asked. Who are, the girl said. Deku was then hit multiple times, but they were so weak that Deku didn't feel any pain. Hate you, hate you, hate you, the girl said repeatedly. My name is Janara, you're a big meanie and I hate you, Janara yelled. The other then came over. Ijuku, are you? Oh my, Penny said. This is our attacker, Jack asked. But she's Evelyn said. Good gods, she's even more of a runt than I thought, Titania said. Ah, I hate all of you. And especially you, Janara yelled. Hi again, Amber said. Janara screamed and ran away. What just happened, Titania asked. Our young magician doesn't seem to have a grasp on how to properly use her powers yet. Well, I'm not that much experienced myself, but at least I'm versed enough in the theory of it. She seems self-taught, Amber said. And she's not at all versed in hand-to-hand, Deku said. Ijuku, are you hurt? Any injuries, Penny asked. No. My aura held up and her punches were more like taps, Deku said. Well, that's good to hear, Jack said. I wanna pat her head, David said. You what? Jack asked. Oh my gosh, yes, Evelyn said. Are you nuts? She's tried to kill us twice, Titania asked. Have you met these two? Deku asked. But she was adorable, David said. David, I don't think that'd be advisable, Penny said. And her cheeks looked so soft and pinchable, Evelyn said. I know, David said. What the fuck is wrong with the two of you? Titania asked. We should probably let them get it all out of their systems, Amber said. And I want to do her braids. And paint her nails, Evelyn said. No, me, David said. She didn't even wear nail polish, you cretins, Titania yelled. The two continued like that all the way back to Beacon. So our mysterious guardian was indeed a young peach, said. And adorable, David and Evelyn said. I will cut you, Titania yelled. Titania. Just let it go, Penny said. Little girl Peach said. She wasn't like any little girl I've seen. Like any human being, actually, Jack said. For my brief interaction with her. She kind of looked like a grim, Deku said. Her red eyes and skin tone were so atypical. What kind of existence could she be? Penny asked. If she's some kind of faunus, I can't for the life of me guess the animal, Titania said. Hey. Okay, seriously, now, Evelyn said. Oh, that's incidental, Titania said. Let's consider all the clues. Control of Pyro-Obsidian, guardian of the city, probably its caretaker too. My guess is that she's like Titania, Evelyn said. Another creation of the boss. A completely different one. Instead of a cloning blob of metal, this time it's a magical girl. But why does she look like that? Jack asked. Are we sure we can rule that out? She may actually be a clone of someone, Deku said. Then who is she a copy of? And it still doesn't explain why she looks like that, David said. Maybe she's a copy of a maiden, and whilst transforming a Grim got absorbed by it, Deku said. Really? Titania asked. You got a better idea? We don't exactly have an expert on metal blob cloning, Deku asked. Fair enough, Titania said. Also, Thiller and the others are humans and fawny, aren't they? Penny asked. They are. So, if this thing can, maybe, create help out of thin air, why go to Weather and the other three for help? David asked. Simple. He doesn't just need any kind of help specifically, Peach said. So he needs a guy who can turn into anything it kills, Evelyn said. Another who can control people through sound, Jack said. A girl who can go faster and faster the longer she keeps moving, Penny said. And another whose semblance gets stronger the more aura she possesses, Deku said. And we have no idea what exactly it does, David said. This is making my head hurt. You shall lead an interesting life, Titania said. We can all talk about it later. For now, you should all go rest up, students, Peach said. Sounds like a good idea. Please let us know how serum development goes, Professor Jack said. Will do, Miss Ivory. Let's all thank the good doctor, who managed to store his formula safely in one of the workshops before his time came, Peach said. And now that Amber learned how to control Pyro-Obsidian with her magic, we should be able to dispatch any metal monsters in a much easier fashion, Penny said. I vote we make her an honorary team member, Evelyn said. Just her. What about me? Titania asked. What about you? Jack asked. Jack, Penny, David and Penny then walked off. I've been helping too. And unlocked a kick-ass semblance, Titania said. Not exactly out of the goodness of your heart, though so. Ta-ta, David said. But that's what Titania said. Titania, they are just messing with you. And let me be the one to say thank you. We wouldn't have been able to defeat that dragon without your help, Deku said. Titania blushed at Deku's words, and he left to join the others. They were. Oh, so we're retaliating now. Foot massage, right now, Titania yelled, casing after them. Don't be stupid, David said. Then make me an honorary team member too, Titania said. You first have to submit the application through the proper channels, Titania Evelyn said. Now. Time to help you out too, Miss Amber Peach said. At the safe house, Bella was standing on the balcony. You've been all smiles for a week, now. It didn't go that well, Thiller said. He said he'll try his best. That's honestly much more than I thought I was going to get, all things considered, Bella said. All is relative, I guess, Thiller said. Just knowing he doesn't hate me. For now, it's enough. I mean, I know I'm nowhere near the relationship he has with his friends, or Penny, or Evelyn, or Izuku. But I have to take this slow, you know. Especially since we still are technically his enemies, Bella said. You know, Bella. I don't think I've had the chance to ask you this before, but Thiller said. What is it? Bella asked. Why do you like him so much? Thiller asked. That's a bit, Bella said. That was a total bust, Andrea said. Oh. You're back, Bella said. I so needed some fresh air. It was a disaster. One thing after the other, and now the spider guy is giving a report to Creepy Eyes, Andrea said. We don't really care, Thiller said. And weren't you on top of a mountain? Air doesn't get fresher than that, Bella said. First it was going good, you know. The guardian of the city was like, my monster's big, and it was actually winning. And we would have helped if homeroom teacher from hell wasn't there, Andrea said. No, you wouldn't have. Howard wouldn't have let you, Bella said. Next thing I know, bam. The monster's down, teacher is like science, and the blonde hunk and Evelyn wants to give the guardian girl head pats, Andrea said. What's this about head pats? Bella asked. Jealous much? Andrea said. I suggest you leave before Bella explodes you, Thiller said. Not my fault she's mad, Andrea said. Andrea the left. I hate him, Bella said. I know. Want to shock Weather to make you feel better? Thiller asked. If it leads to finding out what happened to Summer, then yes, Bella said. The two then entered the safe house.